Question 14 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Clancy, Los Angeles, California. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican province. Question 14. Of counsel which precedes choice, in 6 articles. We must now consider counsel, concerning which there are 6 points of inquiry. Number 1. Whether counsel is an inquiry. 2. Whether counsel is of the end or of the means. 3. Whether counsel is only of things that we do. 4. Whether counsel is of all things that we do. 5. Whether the process of counsel is one of analysis. 6. Whether the process of counsel is indefinite. First article, 1 and 2, question 14, article 1. Whether counsel is an inquiry. Objection 1. It would seem that counsel is not an inquiry. For Damascene says, on the Orthodox Faith 2:22, that counsel is an act of the appetite, but inquiry is not an act of the appetite. Therefore, counsel is not an inquiry. Objection 2. Further inquiry is a discursive act of the intellect, for which reason is not found in God, whose knowledge is not discursive, as we have shown in the first part, question 14, article 7. But counsel is ascribed to God, for it is written, Ephesians 1:11, that he worketh all things according to the counsel of his will. Therefore, counsel is not inquiry. Objection 3. Further, inquiry is of doubtful matters, but counsel is given in matters that are certainly good. Thus the Apostle says, 1 Corinthians 7:25, Now concerning virgins I have no commandment of the Lord, but I give counsel. Therefore, counsel is not an inquiry. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, on human nature 34, says, Every counsel is an inquiry, but not every inquiry is a counsel. I answer that choice, as stated above, question 13, article 1 to 2, article 3, follows the judgment of the reason about what is to be done. Now there is much uncertainty in things that have to be done, because actions are concerned with contingent singulars, which by reason of their vicissitude are uncertain. Now in things doubtful and uncertain, the reason does not pronounce judgment without previous inquiry, wherefore the reason must of necessity institute an inquiry before deciding on the objects of choice. And this inquiry is called counsel. Hence the philosopher says, Ethics 3:2, that choice is the desire of what has been already counseled. Reply, Objection 1. When the acts of 2 powers are ordained to one another, in each of them there is something belonging to the other power. Consequently, each act can be denominated from either power. Now it is evident that the act of the reason giving direction as to the means, and the act of the will tending to these means according to the reason's direction, are ordained to one another. Consequently, there is to be found something of the reason, viz., order in that act of the will, which is choice, and in counsel, which is an act of reason, something of the will, both as matter, since counsel is of what man wills to do, and as motive, because it is from willing the end that man is moved to take counsel in regard to the means, and therefore, just as the philosopher says, Ethics 6:2, that choice is intellect influenced by appetite, thus pointing out that both concur in the act of choosing. So Damascene says, on Orthodox Faith 2:22, that counsel is appetite based on inquiry, so as to show that counsel belongs, in a way, both to the will on whose behalf and by whose impulsion the inquiry is made, and to the reason that executes the inquiry. Reply Obj. 2. The things that we say of God must be understood without any of the defects which are to be found in us. Thus, in us science is of conclusions derived by reasoning from causes to effects. But science, when said of God, means sure knowledge of all effects in the first cause, without any reasoning process. In like manner, we ascribe counsel to God, as to the certainty of his knowledge or judgment, which certainty in us arises from the inquiry of counsel. But such inquiry has no place in God. Wherefore, in this respect, it is not ascribed to God, in which sense Damascene says, on the Orthodox Faith 2:22, God takes not counsel, those only take counsel who lack knowledge. Reply Obj. 3. It may happen that things which are most certainly good in the opinion of wise and spiritual men are not certainly good in the opinion of many, or at least of carnal-minded men. Consequently, in such things counsel may be given. Second Article. 1, 2, Question 14, Article 2. Whether counsel is of the end or only of the means? Objection 1. It would seem that counsel is not only of the means, but also of the end. For whatever is doubtful can be the subject of inquiry. Now in things to be done by man there happens sometimes a doubt as to the end, and not only as to the means. Since therefore inquiry as to what is to be done is counsel, it seems that counsel can be of the end. Objection 2. Further, the matter of counsel is human actions. But some human actions are ends, as stated in Ethics 1:1. Therefore counsel can be of the end. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, On Human Nature 34, says that counsel is not of the end, but of the means. I answer that the end is the principle in practical matters, because the reason of the means is to be found in the end. Now the principle cannot be called in question, but must be presupposed in every inquiry. Since therefore counsel is an inquiry, it is not of the end, but only of the means. Nevertheless, it may happen that what is the end in regard to some things is ordained to something else, just as also what is the principle of one demonstration is the conclusion of another, and consequently that which is looked upon as the end in one inquiry may be looked upon as the means in another, and thus it will become an object of counsel. Reply Obj. 1. That which is looked upon as an end is already fixed. Consequently, as long as there is any doubt about it, it is not looked upon as an end. Wherefore, if counsel is taken about it, it will be counsel not about the end, but about the means. Reply Obj. 2. Counsel is about operations, in so far as they are ordained to some end. Consequently, if any human act be an end, it will not, as such, be the matter of counsel. Third Article. 1 and 2, Question 14, Article 3. Whether counsel is only of things that we do? Objection 1. It would seem that counsel is not only of things that we do, for counsel implies some kind of conference. But it is possible for many to confer about things that are not subject to movement, and are not the result of our actions, such as the nature of various things. Therefore, counsel is not only of things that we do. Objection 2. Further, men sometimes seek counsel about things that are laid down by law. Hence we speak of counsel at law, and yet those who seek counsel thus have nothing to do in making the laws. Therefore, counsel is not only of things that we do. Objection 3. Further, some are said to take consultation about future events, which, however, are not in our power. Therefore, counsel is not only of things that we do. Objection 4. Further, if counsel were only of things that we do, no one would take counsel about what another does. But this is clearly untrue. Therefore, counsel is not only of things that we do. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, on Human Nature 34, says, "We take counsel of things that are within our competency, and that we are able to do." I answer that, counsel properly implies a conference held between several. The very word, concilium, denotes this, for it means a sitting together, considium, from the fact that many sit together in order to confer with one another. Now, we must take note that in contingent, particular cases, in order that anything be known for certain, it is necessary to take several conditions or circumstances into consideration, which it is not easy for one to consider, but are considered by several with greater certainty, since what one takes note of escapes the notice of another, whereas in necessary and universal things our view is brought to bear on matters much more absolute and simple, so that one man by himself may be sufficient to consider these things. Wherefore the inquiry of counsel is concerned, properly speaking, with contingent singulars. Now the knowledge of the truth in such matters does not rank so high as to be desirable of itself, as is the knowledge of things universal and necessary. But it is desired as being useful towards action, because actions bear on things singular and contingent. Consequently, properly speaking, counsel is about things done by us. Reply Objection 1. Counsel implies conference, not of any kind, but about what is to be done, for the reason given above. Reply Objection 2. Although that which is laid down by the law is not due to the action of him who seeks counsel, nevertheless it directs him in his action, since the mandate of the law is one reason for doing something. Reply Objection 3. Counsel is not only about what is done, but also about whatever has relation to what is done. And for this reason we speak of consulting about future events, in so far as man is induced to do or omit something, through the knowledge of future events. Reply Objection 4. We seek counsel about the actions of others, in so far as they are, in some way, one with us, either by union of affection. Thus, a man is solicitous about what concerns his friend, as though it concerned himself, or after the manner of an instrument, for the principal agent and the instrument are, in a way, one cause, since one acts through the other. Thus the master takes counsel about what he would do through his servant. Fourth Article, 1-2, Question 14, Article 4. Whether counsel is about all things that we do? Objection 1. It would seem that counsel is about all things that we have to do, for choice is the desire of what is counseled, as stated above, Article 1. But choice is about all things that we do, therefore counsel is too. Objection 2. Further, counsel implies the reason's inquiry. But whenever we do not act through the impulse of passion, we act in virtue of the reason's inquiry. Therefore, there is counsel about everything that we do. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says, Ethics 3:3, that if it appears that something can be done by more means than one, we take counsel by inquiring whereby it may be done most easily and best. But if it can be accomplished by one means, how it can be done by this. But whatever is done by one means or by several. Therefore, counsel takes place in all things that we do. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, on Human Nature 34, says that counsel has no place in things that are done according to science or art. I answer that counsel is a kind of inquiry, as stated above, Article 1, but we are wont to inquire about things that admit of doubt. Hence the process of inquiry, which is called an argument, is a reason that attests something that admitted of doubt. Cicero, Topics, 2 Trebat. Now, that something in relation to human acts admits of no doubt arises from a twofold source. First, because certain determinate ends are gained by certain determinate means, as happens in the arts which are governed by certain fixed rules of action. Thus a writer does not take counsel how to form his letters, for this is determined by art. Secondly, from the fact that it little matters whether it is done this or that way. This occurs in minute matters, which help or hinder but little with regard to the end aimed at, and reason looks upon small things as mere nothings. Consequently, there are two things of which we do not take counsel, although they conduce to the end, as the Philosopher says, Ethic. 3:3, namely, minute things, and those which have a fixed way of being done, as in works produced by art, with the exception of those arts that admit of conjecture, such as medicine, commerce, and the like, as Gregory of Nyssa says, Nemesius, On Human Nature, 34. Reply Obj. 1. Choice presupposes counsel by reason of its judgment or decision. Consequently, when the judgment or decision is evident, without inquiry, there is no need for the inquiry of counsel. Reply Obj. 2. In matters that are evident, the reason makes no inquiry, but judges at once. Consequently, there is no need of counsel in all that is done by reason. Reply Obj. 3. When a thing can be accomplished by one means, but in different ways, doubt may arise, just as when it can be accomplished by several means. Hence the need of counsel. But when not only the means, but also the way of using the means is fixed, then there is no need of counsel. Fifth Article. 1, 2, Question 14, Article 5. Whether the process of counsel is one of analysis. Objection 1. It would seem that the process of counsel is not one of analysis, for counsel is about things that we do, but the process of our actions is not one of analysis, but rather one of synthesis, viz., from the simple to the composite. Therefore, counsel does not always proceed by way of analysis. Objection 2. Further, counsel is an inquiry of the reason, but reason proceeds from things that proceed to things that follow, according to the more appropriate order. Since then the past precedes the present, and the present precedes the future, it seems that in taking counsel one should proceed from the past and present to the future, which is not an analytical process. Therefore, the process of counsel is not one of analysis. Objection 3. Further, counsel is only of such things as are possible to us, according to Ethic. 3:3. But the question as to whether a certain thing is possible to us depends on what we are able or unable to do in order to gain such and such an end. Therefore, the inquiry of counsel should begin from things present. On the contrary, the Philosopher says, Ethic. 3:3, that he who takes counsel seems to inquire and analyze. I answer that, in every inquiry one must begin from some principle, and if this principle proceeds both in knowledge and in being, the process is not analytic, but synthetic, because to proceed from cause to effect is to proceed synthetically, since causes are more simple than effects. But if that which proceeds in knowledge is later in the order of being, the process is one of analysis, as when our judgment deals with effects, which by analysis we trace to their simple causes. Now the principle in the inquiry of counsel is the end, which proceeds indeed in intention. but comes afterward into execution. Hence the inquiry of counsel must needs be one of analysis, beginning, that is to say, from that which is intended in the future, and continuing until it arrives at that which is to be done at once. Reply Obj. 1. Counsel is indeed about action, but actions take their reason from the end, and consequently the order of reasoning about actions is contrary to the order of actions. Reply Obj. 2. Reason begins with that which is first according to reason, but not always with that which is first in point of time. Reply Obj. 3. We should not want to know whether something to be done for an end be possible, if it were not suitable for gaining that end. Hence we must first inquire whether it be conducive to the end, before considering whether it be possible. Sixth Article. 1-2, Question 14, Article 6. Whether the process of counsel is indefinite. Objection 1. It would seem that the process of counsel is indefinite. For counsel is an inquiry about the particular things with which action is concerned, but singulars are infinite. Therefore the process of counsel is indefinite. Objection 2. Further, the inquiry of counsel has to consider not only what is to be done, but how to avoid obstacles. But every human action can be hindered, and an obstacle can be removed by some human reason. Therefore, the inquiry about removing obstacles can go on indefinitely. Objection 3. Further, the inquiry of demonstrative science does not go on indefinitely, because one can come to principles that are self-evident, which are absolutely certain, but such like certainty is not to be had in contingent singulars, which are variable and uncertain. Therefore the inquiry of counsel goes on indefinitely. On the contrary, no one is moved to that which he cannot possibly reach. On the Heavens 1:7. But it is impossible to pass through the infinite. If therefore the inquiry of counsel is infinite, no one would begin to take counsel, which is clearly untrue. I answer that the inquiry of counsel is actually finite on both sides, on that of its principle and on that of its term. For a twofold principle is available in the inquiry of counsel. One is proper to it and belongs to the very genus of things pertaining to operation. This is the end which is not the matter of counsel, but is taken for granted as its principle, as stated above, Article 2. The other principle is taken from another genus, so to speak. Thus, in demonstrative sciences, one science postulates certain things from another, without inquiring into them. Now these principles which are taken for granted in the inquiry of counsel are any facts received through the senses. For instance, that this is bread or iron, and also any general statements known either through speculative or through practical science. For instance, that adultery is forbidden by God, or that man cannot live without suitable nourishment. Of such things counsel makes no inquiry. But the term of inquiry is that which we are able to do at once. For just as the end is considered in the light of a principle, so the means are considered in the light of a conclusion. Wherefore that which presents itself as to be done first holds the position of an ultimate conclusion, whereat the inquiry comes to an end. Nothing, however, prevents counsel from being infinite potentially, for as much as an infinite number of things may present themselves to be inquired into by means of counsel. Reply Obj. 1. Singulars are infinite, not actually, but only potentially. Reply Obj. 2. Although human action can be hindered, the hindrance is not always at hand. Consequently, it is not always necessary to take counsel about removing the obstacle. Reply Obj. 3. In contingent singulars, something may be taken for certain, not simply, indeed, but for the time being, and as far as it concerns the work to be done. Thus, that Socrates is sitting is not a necessary statement, but that he is sitting as long as he continues to sit is necessary, and this can be taken for a certain fact. End of question 14.
Question 15 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Boulais. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican province. Question 15, of consent, which is an act of the will in regard to the means, in 4 articles. We now must consider consent, concerning which there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether consent is an act of the appetitive or of the apprehensive power. 2. Whether it is to be found in irrational animals. 3. Whether it is directed to the end or to the means. 4. Whether consent to an act belongs to the higher part of the soul only. First article, part 1 of the second part, question 15, article 1. Whether consent is an act of the appetitive or of the apprehensive power? Objection 1. It would seem that consent belongs only to the apprehensive part of the soul, for Augustine, De Trin. xii, 12, ascribes consent to the higher reason, but the reason is an apprehensive power, therefore consent belongs to an apprehensive power. Objection 2. Further, consent is co-sense, but sense is an apprehensive power, therefore consent is the act of an apprehensive power. Objection 3. Further, just as assent is an application of the intellect to something, so is consent. But assent belongs to the intellect, which is an apprehensive power. Therefore consent also belongs to an apprehensive power. On the contrary, Damascene says, On the Orthodox Faith, 2:22, that if a man judge without affection for that of which he judges, there is no sentence, for example, consent. But affection belongs to the appetitive power, therefore consent does also. I answer that consent implies application of sense to something. Now it is proper to sense to take cognizance of things present, for the imagination apprehends the solemnitude of corporeal things, even in the absence of the things of which they bear the likeness, while the intellect apprehends universal ideas, which it can apprehend indifferently, whether the singulars be present or absent. And since the act of an appetitive power is a kind of inclination to the thing itself, the application of the appetitive power to the thing, in so far as it cleaves to it, gets by a kind of similitude, the name of sense, since, as it were, it acquires direct knowledge of the thing to which it cleaves, in so far as it takes complacency in it. Hence it is written, Wisdom 1:1, think of, sentite, the Lord in goodness. And on these grounds, consent is an act of the appetitive power. Reply Obj. 1. As is stated in De Anima iii, 9, the will is in the reason. Hence, when Augustine ascribes consent to the reason, he takes reason as including the will. Reply Obj. 2. Sense, properly speaking, belongs to the apprehensive faculty, but by way of similitude, in so far as it implies seeking acquaintance, it belongs to the appetitive power, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3. Assentire, to assent, is to speak, ad aliud sentire, to feel towards something. And thus it implies a certain distance from that to which assent is given. But consentire, to consent, is to feel with, and this implies a certain union to the object of consent. Hence the will, to which it belongs to tend to the thing itself, is more properly said to consent, whereas the intellect, whose act does not consist in a movement towards the thing, but rather the reverse, as we have stated in the first part, question 16, article 1, Question 27, Article 4, Question 59, Article 2, is more properly said to assent, although one word is wont to be used for the other, in Latin rather than in English. We may also say that the intellect assents, in so far as it is moved by the will. Second article, Part 1 of the second part. Question 15, Article 2. Whether consent is to be found in irrational animals? Objection 1. It would seem that consent is to be found in irrational animals, for consent implies a determination of the appetite to one thing, but the appetite of irrational animals is determinate to one thing. Therefore consent is to be found in irrational animals. Objection 2. Further, if you remove what is first, you remove what follows. But consent precedes the accomplished act. If therefore there were no consent in irrational animals, there would be no act accomplished, which is clearly false. Objection 3. Further, men are sometimes said to consent to do something through some passion, desire for instance, or anger, but irrational animals act through passion, therefore they consent. On the contrary, Damascene says, On the Orthodox Faith 2:22, that, after judging, man approves and embraces the judgment of his counseling, and this is called the sentence, for example, consent. But counsel is not in irrational animals, therefore neither is consent. I answer that, consent, properly speaking, is not in irrational animals. The reason of this is that consent implies an application of the appetitive movement to something as to be done. Now to apply the appetitive movement to the doing of something belongs to the subject in whose power it is to move the appetite. Thus to touch a stone is an action suitable to a stick, but to apply the stick so that it touch the stone belongs to one who has the power of moving the stick. But irrational animals have not the command of the appetitive movement, for this is in them through natural instinct. Hence in the irrational animal there is indeed the movement of the appetite, but it does not apply that movement to some particular thing. And hence it is that the irrational animal is not properly said to consent. This is proper to the rational nature, which has the command of the appetitive movement, and is able to apply or not to apply it to this or that thing. Reply Obj. 1. In irrational animals, the determination of the appetite to a particular thing is merely passive, whereas consent implies a determination of the appetite, which is active rather than merely passive. Reply Obj. 2. If the first be removed, then what follows is removed, provided that, properly speaking, it follow from that only. But if something can follow from several things, it is not removed by the fact that one of them is removed. Thus if hardening is the effect of heat and of cold, since bricks are hardened by the fire, and frozen water is hardened by the cold, then by removing heat it does not follow that there is no hardening. Now the accomplishment of an act follows not only from consent, but also from the impulse of the appetite, such as is found in irrational animals. Reply Obj. 3. The man who acts through passion is able not to follow the passion, whereas irrational animals have not that power. Hence the comparison fails. Third article, Part 1 of the second part. Question 15, Article 3. Whether consent is directed to the end or to the means? Objection 1. It would seem that consent is directed to the end, because on account of which a thing is such is still more such, but it is on account of the end that we consent to the means. Therefore, still more do we consent to the end. Objection 2. Further, the act of the intemperate man is his end, just as the act of the virtuous man is his end. But the intemperate man consents to his own act, therefore consent can be directed to the end. Objection 3. Further, desire of the means is choice, as stated above. Question 13, Article 1. Therefore, if consent were only directed to the means, it would nowise differ from the choice, and this is proved to be false by the authority of Damascene, who says, On the Orthodox Faith 2:22, that after the approval, which he calls the sentence, comes the choice. Therefore consent is not only directed to the means. On the contrary, Damascene says, On the Orthodox Faith, 2:22, that the sentence, for example the consent, takes place when a man approves and embraces the judgment of his counsel. But counsel is only about the means, therefore the same applies to consent. I answer that consent is the application of the appetitive movement to something that is already in the power of him who causes the application. Now the order of action is this. First there is the apprehension of the end, then the desire of the end, then the counsel about the means, then the desire of the means. Now the appetite tends to the last end naturally. Wherefore the application of the appetitive movement to the apprehended end has not the nature of consent, but of simple volition. But as to those things which come under consideration after the last end, insofar as they are directed to the end, they come under counsel. And so counsel can be applied to them, insofar as the appetitive movement is applied to the judgment resulting from the counsel. But the appetitive movement to the end is not applied to counsel, rather is counsel applied to it, because counsel presupposes the desire of the end. On the other hand, the desire of the means presupposes the decision of counsel, and therefore the application of the appetitive movement to counsel's decision is consent, properly speaking. Consequently, since counsel is only about the means, consent, properly speaking, is of nothing else but the means. Reply Obj. 1. Just as the knowledge of conclusions through the principles is science, whereas the knowledge of the principles is not science, but something higher, namely, understanding, so do we consent to the means on account of the end, in respect of which our act is not consent, but something greater, namely, volition. Reply Obj. 2. Delight in his act, rather than the act itself, is the end of the intemperate man, and for the sake of this delight he consents to that act. Reply Obj. 3. Choice includes something that consent has not, namely, a certain relation to something to which something else is preferred, and therefore after consent there still remains a choice. For it may happen that by aid of counsel several means have been found conducive to the end, and through each of these meeting with approval, consent has been given to each. But after approving of many, we have given our preference to one by choosing it. But if only one meets with approval, then consent and choice do not differ in reality, but only in our way of looking at them, so that we call it consent, according as we approve of doing that thing, but choice according as we prefer it to those that do not meet with our approval. Fourth article, part 1 of the second part, question 15, article 4. Whether consent to the act belongs only to the higher part of the soul? Objection 1. It would seem that consent to the act does not always belong to the higher reason. For delight follows action, and perfects it, just as beauty perfects youth. Oion tois amekmos, he hora, as youthful vigor perfects a man in his prime. Ethics 10:4. But consent to delight belongs to the lower reason, as Augustine says, On the Trinity 12:12. Therefore, consent to the act does not belong only to the higher reason. Objection 2. Further, an act to which we consent is said to be voluntary, but it belongs to many powers to produce voluntary acts. Therefore, the higher reason is not alone in consenting to the act. Objection 3. Further, the higher reason is that which is intent on the contemplation and consultation of things eternal, as Augustine says, On the Trinity 12:7. But man often consents to an act not for eternal, but for temporal reasons, or even on account of some passion of the soul. Therefore consent to an act does not belong to the higher reason alone. On the contrary, Augustine says, On the Trinity 12:12. It is impossible for man to make up his mind to commit a sin, unless the mental faculty which has the sovereign power of urging his members to, or restraining them from act, yield to the evil deed and become its slave? I answer that the final decision belongs to him who holds the highest place, and to whom it belongs to judge of the others. For as long as judgment about some matter remains to be pronounced, the final decision has not been given. Now it is evident that it belongs to the higher reason to judge of all, since it is by the reason that we judge of sensible things, and of things pertaining to human principles we judge according to divine principles, which is the function of the higher reason. Wherefore, as long as a man is uncertain whether he resists or not, according to divine principles, no judgment of the reason can be considered in the light of a final decision. Now the final decision of what is to be done is consent to the act. Therefore consent to the act belongs to the higher reason, but in that sense in which the reason includes the will, as stated above. Article 1, Ad 1. Reply Obj. 1. Consent to delight in the work done belongs to the higher reason, as also does consent to the work, but consent to delight in thought belongs to the lower reason, just as to the lower reason it belongs to think. Nevertheless, the higher reason exercises judgment on the fact of thinking or not thinking, considered as an action, and in like manner on the delight that results. But insofar as the act of thinking is considered as ordained to a further act, it belongs to the lower reason, for that which is ordained to something else belongs to a lower art or power than does the end to which it is ordained. Hence the art, which is concerned with the end, is called the master or principal art. Reply Obj. 2. Since actions are called voluntary from the fact that we consent to them, it does not follow that consent is an act of each power, but of the will which is in the reason, as stated above. Article 1, Ad 1, and from which the voluntary act is named. Reply Obj. 3. The higher reason is said to consent not only because it always moves to act according to the eternal reasons, but also because it fails to dissent according to those same reasons. End of question 15. Question 16 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Boulais. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 16. Of use, which is an act of the will in regard to the means, in 4 articles. We must now consider use, concerning which there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether use is an act of the will. 2. Whether it is to be found in irrational animals. 3. Whether it regards the means only or the end also. 4. Of the relation of use to choice. First article, part 1 of the second part, question 16, article 1. Whether use is an act of the will? Objection 1. It would seem that use is not an act of the will, for Augustine says, on Christian Teaching 1:4, that to use is to refer that which is the object of use to the obtaining of something else. But to refer something to another is an act of the reason to which it belongs to compare and to direct. Therefore use is an act of the reason and not of the will. Objection 2. Further, Damascene says, on the Orthodox Faith 2:22, that man goes forward to the operation, and this is called impulse. Then he makes use of the powers, and this is called use. But operation belongs to the executive power, and the act of the will does not follow the act of the executive power. On the contrary, execution comes last. Therefore use is not an act of the will. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says, 83 different questions, question 30. All things that were made for man's use, because reason with which man is endowed uses all things by its judgment of them. But judgment of things created by God belongs to the speculative reason, which seems to be altogether distinct from the will, which is the principle of human acts. Therefore use is not an act of the will. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. x, 11), to use is to apply to something to purpose of the will. I answer that, the use of a thing implies the application of that thing to an operation. Hence the operation to which we apply a thing is called its use. Thus the use of a horse is to ride, and the use of a stick is to strike. Now we apply to an operation not only the interior principles of action, namely, the powers of the soul or the members of the body, as the intellect to understand, and the eye to see, but also external things, as a stick to strike. But it is evident that we do not apply external things to an operation save through the interior principles, which are either the powers of the soul, or the habits of those powers, or the organs which are parts of the body. Now it has been shown above (Q. 9, A. 1), that it is the will which moves the soul's powers to their acts, and this is to apply them to operation. Hence it is evident that first and principally use belongs to the will as first mover, to the reason as directing, to the other powers as executing the operation, which powers are compared to the will which applies them to act, as the instruments are compared to the principal agent. Now action is properly ascribed, not to the instrument, but to the principal agent, as building is ascribed to the builder, not to his tools. Hence it is evident that use is, properly speaking, an act of the will. Reply Obj. 1. Reason does indeed refer one thing to another, but the will tends to that which is referred by the reason to something else, and in this sense to use is to refer one thing to another. Reply Obj. 2. Damascene is speaking of use in so far as it belongs to the executive powers. Reply Obj. 3. Even the speculative reason is applied by the will to the act of understanding or judgment. Consequently, the speculative reason is said to use, in so far as it is moved by the will, in the same way as the other powers. Second article, first part of the second part, question 16, Article 2. Whether use is to be found in irrational animals? Objection 1. It would seem that use is to be found in irrational animals, for it is better to enjoy than to use, because, as Augustine says (De Trin. x, 10), we use things by referring them to something else which we are to enjoy. But enjoyment is to be found in irrational animals, as stated above (Q. 11, A. 2). Much more, therefore, is it possible for them to use. Obj. 2. Further, to apply the members to action is to use them. But irrational animals apply their members to action, for instance, their feet to walk, their horns to strike. Therefore it is possible for irrational animals to use. On the contrary, Augustine says (83 different questions, question 30), none but a rational animal can make use of a thing. I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), to use is to apply an active principle to action. Thus to consent is to apply the appetitive movement to the desire of something, as stated above (Q. 15, Articles 1, 2, and 3). Now he alone who has the disposal of a thing can apply it to something else, and this belongs to him alone who knows how to refer it to something else, which is an act of the reason, and therefore none but a rational animal consents and uses. Reply Obj. 1. To enjoy implies the absolute movement of the appetite to the appetible, whereas to use implies a movement of the appetite to something as directed to something else. If therefore we compare use and enjoyment in respect of their objects, enjoyment is better than use, because that which is appetible absolutely is better than that which is appetible only as directed to something else. But if we compare them in respect of the apprehensive power that precedes them, greater excellence is required on the part of use, because to direct one thing to another is an act of reason, whereas to apprehend something absolutely is within the competency even of sense. Reply Obj. 2. Animals by means of their members do something from natural instinct, not through knowing the relation of their members to these operations. Wherefore, properly speaking, they do not apply their members to action, nor do they use them. Third article, part 1 of the second part, question 16, article 3. Whether use regards also the last end? Objection 1. It would seem that use can also regard also the last end. For Augustine says, De Trin. x, 11, whoever enjoys, uses. But man enjoys the last end, therefore he uses the last end. Objection 2. Further, to use is to apply something to the purpose of the will. De Trin. x, 11. But the last end, more than anything else, is the object of the will's application. Therefore it can be the object of use. Objection 3. Further, Hilary says, De Trin. ii, that eternity is in the Father, likeness in the image, for example, in the Son, use in the gift, for example, in the Holy Ghost. But the Holy Ghost, since he is God, is the last end. Therefore the last end can be the object of use. On the contrary, Augustine says, 83 different questions, question 30. No one rightly uses God, but one enjoys him. But God alone is the last end, therefore we cannot use the last end. I answer that use, as stated above, article 1, implies the application of one thing to another. Now that which is applied to another is regarded in the light of means to an end, and consequently use always regards the means. For this reason, things that are adapted to a certain end are said to be useful. In fact, their very usefulness is sometimes called use. It must, however, be observed that the last end may be taken in two ways. First, simply; secondly, in respect of an individual. For since the end, as stated above, question 1, article 8, question 2, article 7, signifies sometimes the thing itself, and sometimes the attainment or possession of that thing, thus the miser's end is either money or the possession of it. It is evident that, simply speaking, the last end is the thing itself, for the possession of money is good only inasmuch as there is some good in money. But in regard to the individual, the obtaining of money is the last end, for the miser would not seek for money, save that he might have it. Therefore, simply and properly speaking, a man enjoys money, because he places his last end therein, but insofar as he seeks to possess it, he is said to use it. Reply Obj. 1. Augustine is speaking of use in general, insofar as it implies the relation of an end to the enjoyment which a man seeks in that end. Reply Obj. 2. The end is applied to the purpose of the will, that the will may find rest in it. Consequently, this rest in the end, which is the enjoyment thereof, is in this sense called use of the end. But the means are applied to the will's purpose, not only in being used as means, but as ordained to something else in which the will finds rest. Reply Obj. 3. The words of Hilary refer to use as applicable to rest in the last end, just as, speaking in a general sense, one may be said to use the end for the purpose of attaining it, as stated above. Hence Augustine says, De Trin. vi, 10, that this love, delight, felicity or happiness is called use by him. Fourth article, part 1 of the second part, question 16, article 4. Whether use precedes choice? Objection 1. It would seem that use precedes choice. For nothing follows after choice, except execution. But use, since it belongs to the will, precedes execution, therefore it precedes choice also. Objection 2. Further, the absolute precedes the relative, therefore the less relative precedes the more relative, but choice implies two relations: one of the thing chosen in relation to the end, the other of the thing chosen in respect of that to which it is preferred. Whereas use implies relation to the end only. Therefore use precedes choice. Obj. 3. Further, the will uses the other powers insofar as it removes them, but the will moves itself too, as stated above. Q. 9, Art. 3. Therefore it uses itself, by applying itself to act. But it does this when it consents. Therefore there is use in consent. But consent precedes choice as stated above. Q. 15, Art. 3, Od. 3. Therefore use does also. On the contrary, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 22) that the will after choosing has an impulse to the operation and afterwards uses the powers. Therefore use follows choice. I answer that, the will has a twofold relation to the thing willed. One, according as the thing willed is, in a way, in the willing subject, by a kind of proportion or order to the thing willed. Wherefore those things that are naturally proportionate to a certain end are said to desire that end naturally. Yet to have an end thus is to have it imperfectly. Now every imperfect thing tends to perfection, and therefore both the natural and the voluntary appetite tend to have the end in reality, and this is to have it perfectly. This is the second relation of the will to the thing willed. Now the thing willed is not only the end, but also the means. And the last act that belongs to the first relation of the will to the means is choice, for there the will becomes fully proportionate, by willing the means fully. Use, on the other hand, belongs to the second relation of the will, in respect of which it tends to the realization of the thing willed. Wherefore it is evident that use follows choice, provided that by use we mean the will's use of the executive power in moving it. But since the will, in a way, moves the reason also, and uses it, we may take the use of the means, as consisting in the consideration of the reason, whereby it refers the means to the end. In this sense, use precedes choice. Reply Obj. 1. The motion of the will to the execution of the work precedes execution, but follows choice. And so, since use belongs to that very motion of the will, it stands between choice and execution. Reply Obj. 2. What is essentially relative is after the absolute, but the thing to which relation is referred need not come after. Indeed, the more a cause precedes, the more numerous the effects to which it has relation. Reply Obj. 3. Choice precedes use, if they be referred to the same object. But nothing hinders the use of one thing preceding the choice of another, and since the acts of the will react on one another, in each act of the will we can find both consent and choice and use, so that we may say that the will consents to choose, and consents to consent, and uses itself in consenting and choosing, and such acts as are ordained to that which precedes, precede also. End of question 16. Question 17, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Boulais. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 17. Of the acts commanded by the will in 9 articles. Part 1. Question 17. Of the acts commanded by the will in 9 articles. We must now consider the acts commanded by the will, under which head there are 9 points of inquiry. 1. Whether command is an act of the will or of the reason. 2. Whether command belongs to irrational animals. 3. Of the order between command and use. 4. Whether command and the commanded act are one act or distinct. 5. Whether the act of the will is commanded? 6. Whether the act of the reason is commanded? 7. Whether the act of the sensitive appetite is commanded? 8. Whether the act of the vegetal soul is commanded? 9. Whether the acts of the external members are commanded? First article, Part 1 of the second part, Question 17, Article 1. Whether command is an act of the reason or of the will? Objection 1. It would seem that command is not an act of the reason, but of the will. For command is a kind of motion, because Avicenna says there are 4 ways of moving: by perfecting, by disposing, by commanding, and by counseling. But it belongs to the will to move all the other powers of the soul, as stated above, Question 9, Article 1. Therefore command is an act of the will. Objection 2. Further, just as to be commanded belongs to that which is subject, so seemingly, to command belongs to that which is most free. But the root of liberty is especially in the will. Therefore to command belongs to the will. Objection 3. Further, command is followed at once by act. But the act of the reason is not followed at once by act. For he who judges that a thing should be done does not do it at once. Therefore command is not an act of the reason, but of the will. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, On Human Nature, 16, and the Philosopher, Ethics 1, 13, say that the appetite obeys reason, therefore command is an act of the reason. I answer that command is an act of the reason, presupposing, however, an act of the will. In proof of this we must take note that, since the acts of the reason and of the will can be brought to bear on one another, in so far as the reason reasons about willing, and the will wills to reason, the result is that the act of the reason precedes the act of the will, and conversely. And since the power of the preceding act continues in the act that follows, it happens sometimes that there is an act of the will, in so far as it retains in itself something of an act of the reason, as we have stated in reference to use and choice, and conversely, that there is an act of the reason in so far as it retains in itself something of an act of the will. Now command is essentially indeed an act of the reason, for the commander orders the one commanded to do something, by way of intimation or declaration, and to order thus by intimating or declaring is an act of the reason. Now the reason can intimate or declare something in 2 ways. First, absolutely, and this intimation is expressed by a verb in the indicative mood, as when a person says to another, "This is what you should do." Sometimes, however, the reason intimates something to a man by moving him thereto, and this intimation is expressed by a verb in the imperative mood, as when it is said to someone, "Do this." Now the first mover among the powers of the soul to the doing of the act is the will, as stated above, Question 9, Article 1. Since therefore the second mover does not move, save in virtue of the first mover, it follows that the very fact that the reason moves, by commanding, is due to the power of the will. Consequently it follows that command is an act of the reason, presupposing an act of the will, in virtue of which the reason, by its command, moves the power to the execution of the act. Reply Obj. 1. To command is to move, not anyhow, but by intimating and declaring to another, and this is an act of the reason. Reply Obj. 2. The root of liberty is the will as the subject thereof, but it is the reason as its cause. For the will can tend freely towards various objects, precisely because the reason can have various perceptions of good. Hence philosophers define the free will as being a free judgment arising from reason, implying that reason is the root of liberty. Reply Obj. 3. This argument proves that command is an act of reason not absolutely, but with a kind of motion, as stated above. Second article, Part 1 of the second part, Question 17, Article 2. Whether command belongs to irrational animals? Objection 1. It would seem that command belongs to irrational animals, because, according to Avicenna, the power that commands movement is the appetite, and the power that executes movement is in the muscles and nerves. But both powers are in irrational animals. Therefore command is to be found in irrational animals. Objection 2. Further, the condition of a slave is that of one who receives commands, but the body is compared to the soul as a slave to his master, as the Philosopher says (Polit. I, 2). Therefore the body is commanded by the soul, even in irrational animals, since they are composed of soul and body. Obj. 3. Further, by commanding, man has an impulse towards an action, but impulse to action is to be found in irrational animals, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 22). Therefore command is to be found in irrational animals. On the contrary, command is an act of reason, as stated above (A. 1). But in irrational animals there is no reason, neither therefore is there command. I answer that, to command is nothing else than to direct someone to do something by a certain motion of intimation. Now to direct is the proper act of reason. Wherefore it is impossible that irrational animals should command in any way, since they are devoid of reason. Reply Obj. 1. The appetitive power is said to command movement, in so far as it moves the commanding reason, but this is only in man. In irrational animals, the appetitive power is not, properly speaking, a commanding faculty, unless command be taken loosely for motion. Reply Obj. 2. The body of the irrational animal is competent to obey, but its soul is not competent to command, because it is not competent to direct. Consequently there is no ratio there of commander and commanded, but only of mover and moved. Reply Obj. 3. Impulse to action is in irrational animals otherwise than in man, for the impulse of man to action arises from the directing reason, wherefore his impulse is one of command. On the other hand, the impulse of the irrational animal arises from natural instinct, because as soon as they apprehend the fitting or the unfitting, their appetite is moved naturally to pursue or to avoid. Wherefore they are directed by another to act, and they themselves do not direct themselves to act. Consequently in them is impulse, but not command. Third Article. Part 1 of the second part. Question 17, Article 3. Whether use precedes command? Objection 1. It would seem that use precedes command. For command is an act of the reason, presupposing an act of the will, as stated above (A. 1). But, as we have already shown (Q. 16, A. 1), use is an act of the will. Therefore use precedes command. Objection 2. Further, command is one of those things that are ordained to the end. But use is of those things that are ordained to the end. Therefore it seems that use precedes command. Objection 3. Further, every act of a power moved by the will is called use, because the will uses the other powers, as stated above (Q. 16, A. 1). But command is an act of the reason as moved by the will, as stated above (A. 1). Therefore command is a kind of use. Now the common precedes the proper, therefore use precedes command. On the contrary, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 22) that impulse to action precedes use, but impulse to operation is given by command. Therefore command precedes use. I answer that, use of that which is directed to the end, in so far as it is in the reason referring this to the end, precedes choice, as stated above (Q. 16, A. 4). Wherefore still more does it precede command. On the other hand, use of that which is directed to the end, in so far as it is subject to the executive power, follows command, because use in the user is united to the act of the thing used. for one does not use a stick before doing something with the stick. But command is not simultaneous with the act of the thing to which the command is given, for it naturally precedes its fulfillment, sometimes indeed by priority of time. Consequently it is evident that command precedes use. Reply Obj. 1. Not every act of the will precedes this act of the reason, which is command, but an act of the will precedes, namely, choice, and an act of the will follows, namely, use. Because after counsel's decision, which is reason's judgment, the will chooses, and after choice, the reason commands that power which has to do what was chosen. Then last of all, someone's will begins to use, by executing the command of reason. Sometimes it is another's will, when one commands another; sometimes the will of the one that commands, when he commands himself to do something. Reply Obj. 2. Just as act ranks before power, so does the object rank before the act. Now the object of use is that which is directed to the end. Consequently, from the fact that command itself is directed to the end, it may be concluded that command precedes, rather than that it follows use. Reply Obj. 3. Just as the act of the will in using the reason for the purpose of command precedes the command, so also we may say that this act whereby the will uses the reason is preceded by a command of reason, since the acts of these powers react on one another. Fourth Article, Part 1 of the Second Part, Question 17, Article 4. Whether command and the commanded act are one act or distinct? Objection 1. It would seem that the commanded act is not one with the command itself, for the acts of different powers are themselves distinct. But the commanded act belongs to one power, and the command to another, since one is the power that commands, and the other is the power that receives the command. Therefore the commanded act is not one with the command. Objection 2. Further, whatever things can be separated from one another are distinct, for nothing is severed from itself. But sometimes the commanded act is separate from the command, for sometimes the command is given and the commanded act follows not. Therefore command is a distinct act from the act commanded. Objection 3. Further, whatever things are related to one another as precedent and consequent are distinct. But command naturally precedes the commanded act, therefore they are distinct. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Topic. 3, 2) that where one thing is by reason of another, there is but one. But there is no commanded act unless by reason of the command, therefore they are one. I answer that, nothing prevents certain things being distinct in one respect, and one in another respect. Indeed, every multitude is one in some respect, as Dionysius says (On the Divine Names, 13). But a difference is to be observed in this, that some are simply many, and one in a particular aspect, while with others it is the reverse. Now one is predicated in the same way as being, and substance is being simply, whereas accident or being of reason is a being only in a certain respect. Wherefore those things that are one in substance are one simply, though many in a certain respect. Thus in the genus substance, the whole, composed of its integral or essential parts, is simply one, because the whole is being and substance simply, and the parts are being and substances in the whole. But those things which are distinct in substance, and one according to an accident, are distinct simply, and one in a certain respect. Thus many men are one people, and many stones are one heap, which is unity of composition or order. In like manner also, many individuals that are one in genus or species are many simply, and one in a certain respect. Since to be one in genus or species is to be one according to the consideration of the reason. Now just as in the genus of natural things, a whole is composed of matter and form, for example, man, who is one natural being, though he has many parts, is composed of soul and body. So in human acts, The act of a lower power is in the position of matter in regard to the act of a higher power, insofar as the lower part acts in virtue of the higher power moving it. For thus also the act of the first mover is as the form in regard to the act of its instrument. Hence it is evident that command and the commanded act are one human act, just as a whole is one, yet in its parts many. Reply Obj. 1. If the distinct powers are not ordained to one another, their acts are diverse simply. But when one power is the mover of the other, then their acts are, in a way, one, since the act of the mover and the act of the thing moved are one act. Phys. iii, 3. Reply Obj. 2. The fact that command and the commanded act can be separated from one another shows that they are different parts, because the parts of a man can be separated from one another, and yet they form one whole. Reply Obj. 3. In those things that are many in parts, but one as a whole, nothing hinders one part from preceding another. Thus the soul, in a way, precedes the body, and the heart the other members. End of question 17, part 1. Question 17, part 2 of Summa Theologica, pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Boulais. Summa Theologica, pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican province. Question 17. Of the acts commanded by the will in 9 articles. Part 2. Fifth article, part 1 of the second part. Question 17, article 5. Whether the act of the will is commanded? Objection 1. It would seem that the act of the will is not commanded, for Augustine says, Confessions 8, 9, the mind commands the mind to will, and yet it does not. But to will is the act of the will, therefore the act of the will is not commanded. Objection 2. Further, to receive a command belongs to one who can understand the command, but the will cannot understand the command, for the will differs from the intellect, to which it belongs to understand. Therefore the act of the will is not commanded. Objection 3. Further, if one act of the will is commanded, for the same reason all are commanded. But if all the acts of the will are commanded, we must needs proceed to infinity, because the act of the will precedes the act of reason commanding, as stated above, Article 1. For if that act of the will be also commanded, this command will be preceded by another act of the reason, and so on to infinity. But to proceed to infinity is not possible. Therefore the act of the will is not commanded. On the contrary, whatever is in our power is subject to our command, but the acts of the will, most of all, are in our power, since all our acts are said to be in our power, insofar as they are voluntary. Therefore the acts of the will are commanded by us. I answer that, as stated above, Article 1, command is nothing else than the act of the reason directing, with a certain motion, something to act. Now it is evident that the reason can direct the act of the will, for just as it can judge it to be good to will something, so it can direct by commanding man to will. From this it is evident that an act of the will can be commanded. Reply Obj. 1. As Augustine says, Confessions 8, 9, when the mind commands itself perfectly to will, then already it wills, but that sometimes it commands and wills not, is due to the fact that it commands imperfectly. Now imperfect command arises from the fact that the reason is moved by opposite motives to command or not to command. Wherefore it fluctuates between the two and fails to command perfectly. Reply Obj. 2. Just as each of the members of the body works not for itself alone, but for the whole body. Thus it is for the whole body that the eye sees. So it is with the powers of the soul. For the intellect understands, not for itself alone, but for all the powers. And the will wills not only for itself, but for all the powers too. Wherefore man, in so far as he is endowed with intellect and will, commands the act of the will for himself. Reply Obj. 3. Since command is an act of reason, that act is commanded which is subject to reason. Now the first act of the will is not due to the direction of the reason, but to the instigation of nature, or of a higher cause, as stated above. Question 9, Article 4. Therefore there is no need to proceed to infinity. Sixth Article, Part 1 of the second part. Question 17, Article 6. Whether the act of the reason is commanded? Objection 1. It would seem that the act of the reason cannot be commanded, for it seems impossible for a thing to command itself, but it is the reason that commands, as stated above, Article 1. Therefore the act of the reason is not commanded. Objection 2. Further, that which is essential is different from that which is by participation, but the power whose act is commanded by reason is rational by participation, as stated in Ethic. I, 13. Therefore the act of that power which is essentially rational is not commanded. Objection 3. Further, that act is commanded which is in our power, but to know and judge the truth, which is the act of reason, is not always in our power. Therefore the act of the reason cannot be commanded. On the contrary, that which we do of our free will can be done by our command. But the acts of the reason are accomplished through the free will. For Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 22) that by his free will man inquires, considers, judges, approves. Therefore the acts of the reason can be commanded. I answer that, since the reason reacts on itself, just as it directs the acts of other powers, so it can direct its own act. Consequently, its act can be commanded. But we must take note that the act of the reason may be considered in two ways. First, as to the exercise of the act. And considered thus, the act of the reason can always be commanded, as when one is told to be attentive and to use one's reason. Secondly, as to the object, in respect of which two acts of the reason have to be noticed. One is the act whereby it apprehends the truth about something. This act is not in our power, because it happens in virtue of a natural or supernatural light. Consequently, in this respect, the act of the reason is not in our power, and cannot be commanded. The other act of the reason is that whereby it assents to what it apprehends. If, therefore, that which the reason apprehends is such that it naturally assents thereto, for example, the first principles, it is not in our power to assent or dissent to the like. Assent follows naturally, and consequently, properly speaking, is not subject to our command. But some things which are apprehended do not convince the intellect to such an extent as not to leave it free to assent or dissent, or at least suspend its assent or dissent, on account of some cause or other, and in such things assent or dissent is in our power, and is subject to our command. Reply Obj. 1. Reason commands itself, just as the will moves itself, as stated above. Question 9, Article 3. That is to say, insofar as each power reacts on its own acts, and from one thing tends to another. Reply Obj. 2. On account of the diversity of objects subject to the act of the reason, nothing prevents the reason from participating in itself. Thus the knowledge of principles is participated in the knowledge of the conclusions. The reply to the third object is evident from what has been said. Seventh Article, Part 1 of the second part, Question 17, Article 7. Whether the act of the sensitive appetite is commanded? Objection 1. It would seem that the act of the sensitive appetite is not commanded, for the Apostle says, Romans 7:15, "For I do not do that good which I will." And a gloss explains this by saying that man lusts, although he wills not to lust. but to lust is an act of the sensitive appetite. Therefore the act of the sensitive appetite is not subject to our command. Obj. 2: Further, corporeal matter obeys God alone, to the effect of formal transmutation, as was shown in the first part, Q. 65, Art. 4, Q. 91, Art. 2, Q. 110, Art. 2. But the act of the sensitive appetite is occupied by a formal transmutation of the body, consisting in heat or cold. Therefore the act of the sensitive appetite is not subject to man's command. Obj. 3: Further, the proper motive principle of the sensitive appetite is something apprehended by sense or imagination. But it is not always in our power to apprehend something by sense or imagination. Therefore the act of the sensitive appetite is not subject to our command. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa (Nemesius, De Human Nature, 16) says, "That which obeys reason is twofold, the concupiscible and the irascible, which belong to the sensitive appetite. Therefore the act of the sensitive appetite is subject to the command of reason." I answer that, an act is subject to our command, in so far as it is in our power, as stated above (A. 5). Consequently, in order to understand in what manner the act of the sensitive appetite is subject to the command of reason, we must consider in what manner it is in our power. Now it must be observed that the sensitive appetite differs from the intellective appetite, which is called the will, in the fact that the sensitive appetite is a power of a corporeal organ, whereas the will is not. Again, every act of a power that uses a corporeal organ depends not only on a power of the soul, but also on the disposition of that corporeal organ. Thus the act of vision depends on the power of sight, and on the condition of the eye, which condition is a help or hindrance to that act. Consequently, the act of the sensitive appetite depends not only on the appetitive power, but also on the disposition of the body. Now whatever part of the power of the soul takes in the act, follows apprehension. And the apprehension of the imagination, being a particular apprehension, is regulated by the apprehension of reason, which is universal; just as a particular active power is regulated by a universal active power. Consequently, in this respect, the act of the sensitive appetite is subject to the command of reason. On the other hand, condition or disposition of the body is not subject to the command of reason; and consequently, in this respect, the movement of the sensitive appetite is hindered from being wholly subject to the command of reason. Moreover, it happens sometimes that the movement of the sensitive appetite is aroused suddenly in consequence of an apprehension of the imagination of sense, and then such movement occurs without the command of reason, although reason could have prevented it had it foreseen. Hence the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 2) that the reason governs the irascible and concupiscible, not by a despotic supremacy, which is that of a master over his slave, but by a politic and royal supremacy, whereby the free are governed, who are not wholly subject to command. Reply Obj. 1: That man lusts, although he wills not to lust, is due to a disposition of the body, whereby the sensitive appetite is hindered from perfect compliance with the command of reason. Hence the Apostle adds (Rom. 7:15), "I see another law in my members, fighting against the law of my mind." This may also happen through a sudden movement of concupiscence, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2: The condition of the body stands in a twofold relation to the act of the sensitive appetite. First, as preceding it. Thus a man may be disposed in one way or another, in respect of his body, to this or that passion. Secondly, as consequent to it. Thus a man becomes heated through anger. Now the condition that precedes is not subject to the command of reason, since it is due either to nature or to some previous movement, which cannot cease at once. But the condition that is consequent follows the command of reason, since it results from the local movement of the heart, which has various movements according to the various acts of the sensitive appetite. Reply Obj. 3. Since the external sensible is necessary for the apprehension of the senses, it is not in our power to apprehend anything by the senses, unless the sensible be present; which presence of the sensible is not always in our power, for it is then that man can use his senses if he will so to do, unless there be some obstacle on the part of the organ. On the other hand, the apprehension of the imagination is subject to the ordering of reason, in proportion to the strength or weakness of the imaginative power. For that man is unable to imagine the things that reason considers, is either because they cannot be imagined, such as incorporeal things, or because of the weakness of the imaginative power, due to some organic indisposition. Eighth Article. Part 1 of the second part. Question 17, Article 8. Whether the act of the vegetal soul is commanded? Objection 1. It would seem that the acts of the vegetal soul are subject to the command of reason. For the sensitive powers are of a higher rank than the vegetal powers. But the powers of the sensitive soul are subject to the command of reason. Much more, therefore, are the powers of the vegetal soul. Objection 2. Further, man is called a little world. Aristotle, Phys. viii, 2. Because the soul is in the body, as God is in the world. But God is in the world in such a way that everything in the world obeys his command. Therefore all that is in man, even the powers of the vegetal soul, obey the command of reason. Objection 3. Further, praise and blame are awarded only to such acts as are subject to the command of reason. But in the acts of the nutritive and genitive power there is room for praise and blame, virtue and vice, as in the case of gluttony and lust, and their contrary virtues. Therefore the acts of these powers are subject to the command of reason. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, On Human Nature 22, says that the nutritive and genitive power is one over which the reason has no control. I answer that, some acts proceed from the natural appetite, others from the animal, or from the intellectual appetite, for every agent desires an end in some way. Now the natural appetite does not follow from some apprehension, as do the animal and the intellectual appetite, but the reason commands by way of apprehensive power. Wherefore those acts that proceed from the intellective or animal appetite can be commanded by reason, but not those acts that proceed from the natural appetite, and such are the acts of the vegetal soul. Wherefore Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, On Human Nature 22, says that generation and nutrition belong to what are called natural powers. Consequently, the acts of the vegetal soul are not subject to the command of reason. Reply Obj. 1. The more immaterial an act is, the more noble it is, and the more it is subject to the command of reason. Hence the very fact that the acts of the vegetal soul do not obey reason shows that they are ranked lowest. Reply Obj. 2. The comparison holds in a certain respect, because, to wit, as God moves the world, so the soul moves the body, but it does not hold in every respect. For the soul did not create the body out of nothing, as God created the world, for which reason the world is wholly subject to his command. Reply Obj. 3. Virtue and vice, praise and blame do not affect the acts themselves of the nutritive and genitive power, for example, digestion and formation of the human body, but they affect the acts of the sensitive part, that are ordained to the acts of generation and nutrition. For example, the desire for pleasure in the act of taking food or in the act of generation, and the right or wrong use thereof. Ninth Article. Part 1 of the second part. Question 17, Article 9. Whether the acts of the external members are commanded? Objection 1. It would seem that the members of the body do not obey reason as to their acts. For it is evident that the members of the body are more distant from the reason than the powers of the vegetal soul. But the powers of the vegetal soul do not obey reason, as stated above, Article 8. Therefore much less do the members of the body obey. Objection 2. Further, the heart is the principle of animal movement, but the movement of the heart is not subject to the command of reason. For Gregory of Nyssa (Nemesius, De Human Nature 22) says that "the pulse is not controlled by reason." Therefore the movement of the bodily members is not subject to the command of reason. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 16) that "the movement of the genital members is sometimes inopportune and not desired, sometimes when sought it fails, and whereas the heart is warm with desire, the body remains cold. Therefore the movements of the members are not obedient to reason." On the contrary, Augustine says (Confess. viii, 9), "The mind commands the movement of the hand, and so ready is the hand to obey, that scarcely can one discern obedience from command." I answer that, The members of the body are organs of the soul's powers. Consequently, according as the powers of the soul stand in respect of obedience to reason, so do the members of the body stand in respect thereof. Since then the sensitive powers are subject to the command of reason, whereas the natural powers are not. Therefore all movements of members that are moved by the sensitive powers are subject to the command of reason, whereas those movements of members that arise from the natural powers are not subject to the command of reason. Reply Obj. 1. The members do not move themselves, but are moved through the powers of the soul, of which powers some are in closer contact with the reason than are the powers of the vegetal soul. Reply Obj. 2. In things pertaining to intellect and will, that which is according to nature stands first, whence all other things are derived. Thus from the knowledge of principles that are naturally known is derived knowledge of the conclusions, and from volition of the end naturally desired is derived the choice of the means. So also in bodily movements the principle is according to nature. Now the principle of bodily movements begins with the movement of the heart. Consequently the movement of the heart is according to nature, and not according to the will. For like a proper accident it results from life, which follows from the union of soul and body. Thus the movement of heavy and light things results from their substantial form, for which reason they are said to be moved by their generator, as the Philosopher states (Phys. viii, 4). Wherefore this movement is called vital. For which reason Gregory of Nyssa (Nemesius, De Human Nature 22) says that just as the movement of generation and nutrition does not obey reason, so neither does the pulse, which is a vital movement. By the pulse he means the movement of the heart, which is indicated by the pulse veins. Reply Obj. 3. As Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 17, 20), it is in punishment of sin that the movement of these members does not obey reason, in this sense, that the soul is punished for its rebellion against God by the insubmission of that member, whereby original sin is transmitted to posterity. But because, as we shall state later on, the effect of the sin of our first parent was that his nature was left to itself, through the withdrawal of the supernatural gift which God had bestowed on man, we must consider the natural cause of this particular member's insubmission to reason. This is stated by Aristotle (De the Causes of Movement of Animals), who says that the movements of the heart and of the organs of generation are involuntary, and that the reason of this is as follows. These members are stirred at the occasion of some apprehension, insofar as the intellect and imagination represent such things as arouse the passions of the soul, of which passions these movements are a consequence. But they are not moved at the command of the reason or intellect, because these movements are conditioned by a certain natural change of heat and cold, which change is not subject to the command of reason. This is the case with these two organs in particular, because each is as it were a separate animal being, insofar as it is a principle of life, and the principle is virtually the whole. For the heart is the principle of the senses, and from the organ of generation proceeds the seminal virtue, which is virtually the entire animal. Consequently they have their proper movements naturally. Because principles must needs be natural, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2. End of question 17, part 2.
Question 18, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican province. Question 18, Part 1, of the good and evil of human acts in general, in 11 articles. We must now consider the good and evil of human acts. First, how a human act is good or evil. Secondly, what results from the good or evil of a human act, as merit or demerit, sin and guilt. Under the first head, there will be a threefold consideration. The first will be of the good and evil of human acts in general, the second of the good and evil of internal acts, and the third of the good and evil of external acts. Concerning the first, there are 11 points of inquiry. 1. Whether every human action is good, or are there evil actions? 2. Whether the good or evil of a human action is derived from its object? 3. Whether it is derived from a circumstance? 4. Whether it is derived from the end? 5. Whether a human action is good or evil in its species? 6. Whether an action has the species of good or evil from its end? 7. Whether the species derived from the end is contained under the species derived from the object, as under its genus, or conversely. 8. Whether any action is indifferent in its species. 9. Whether an individual action can be indifferent. 10. Whether a circumstance places a moral action in the species of good or evil. 11. Whether every circumstance that makes an action better or worse places the moral action in the species of good or evil. First article. Whether every human action is good, or are there evil actions? Objection 1. It would seem that every human action is good, and that none is evil. For Dionysius says (Divine Names 4) that evil acts not, save in virtue of the good. But no evil is done in the virtue of the good. Therefore no action is evil. Objection 2. Further, nothing acts except insofar as it is an act. Now a thing is evil, not according as it is an act, but according as its potentiality is void of act, whereas insofar as its potentiality is perfected by act, it is good, as stated in Metaphysics 9:9. Therefore nothing acts insofar as it is evil, but only according as it is good. Therefore every action is good, and none is evil. Objection 3. Further, evil cannot be a cause, save accidentally, as Dionysius declares (Divine Names 4). But every action has some effect which is proper to it. Therefore no action is evil, but every action is good. On the contrary, our Lord said (John 3:20), "Every one that doth evil hateth the light." Therefore some actions of man are evil. I answer that, we must speak of good and evil in actions, as of good and evil in things. Because such as everything is, such is the act that it produces. Now in things, each one has so much good as it has being, since good and being are convertible, as was stated in the first part. Question 5, Articles 1, 3. But God alone has the whole plenitude of his being in a certain unity, whereas every other thing has its proper fullness of being in a certain multiplicity. Wherefore it happens with some things that they have being in some respect, and yet they are lacking in the fullness of being due to them. Thus the fullness of human being requires a compound of soul and body, having all the powers and instruments of knowledge and movement. Wherefore, if any man be lacking in any of these, he is lacking in something due to the fullness of his being. So that as much as he has of being, so much has he of goodness, while so far as he is lacking in goodness, and is said to be evil. Thus a blind man is possessed of goodness, inasmuch as he lives, and of evil, inasmuch as he lacks sight. That, however, which has nothing of being or goodness, could not be said to be either evil or good. But, since this same fullness of being is of the very essence of good, if a thing be lacking in its due fullness of being, it is not said to be good simply, but in a certain respect, inasmuch as it is a being, although it can be called a being simply, and a non-being in a certain respect, as was stated in the first part, question 5, article 1 and 1. We must therefore say every action has goodness insofar as it has being, whereas it is lacking in goodness insofar as it is lacking in something that is due to its fullness of being, and thus it is said to be evil. For instance, if it lacks the quantity determined by reason, or its due place, or something of the kind. Reply Obj. 1. Evil acts in virtue of deficient goodness. For if there were nothing of good there would be neither being nor possibility of action. On the other hand, if good were not deficient, there would be no evil. Consequently, the action done is a deficient good, which is good in a certain respect, but simply evil. Reply Obj. 2. Nothing hinders a thing from being in act in a certain respect, so that it can act, and in a certain respect deficient in act, so as to cause a deficient act. Thus a blind man has in act the power of walking, whereby he is able to walk. But inasmuch as he is deprived of sight, he suffers a defect in walking by stumbling when he walks. Reply Obj. 3. An evil action can have a proper effect, according to the goodness and being that it has. Thus adultery is the cause of human generation, inasmuch as it implies union of male and female, but not inasmuch as it lacks the order of reason. Second article. Whether the good or evil of a man's action is derived from its object? Objection 1. It would seem that the good or evil of an action is not derived from its object. For the object of any action is a thing. But, evil is not in things, but in the sinner's use of them, as Augustine says on Christian Teaching 3:12. Therefore, the good or evil of a human action is not derived from their object. Objection 2. Further, the object is compared to the action as its matter. But the goodness of a thing is not from its matter, but rather from the form, which is an act. Therefore, good and evil in actions is not derived from their object. Objection 3. Further, the object of an active power is compared to the action as effect to cause. But the goodness of a cause does not depend on its effect, rather it is the reverse. Therefore, good or evil in actions is not derived from their objects. On the contrary, it is written, O.C. 9:10, "They became abominable, as those things which they loved." Now man becomes abominable to God on account of the malice of his action. Therefore the malice of his action is according to the evil objects that man loves, and the same applies to the goodness of his action. I answer that, as stated above, Article 1, the good or evil of an action, as of other things, depends on its fullness of being or lack of that fullness. Now the first thing that belongs to the fullness of being seems to be that which gives a thing its species. And just as a natural thing has its species from its form, so an action has its species from its object, as movement from its term. And therefore, just as the primary goodness of a natural thing is derived from its form, which gives it its species, so the primary goodness of a moral action is derived from its suitable object. Hence, some call such an action, "good in its genus," for instance, "to make use of what is one's own." And just as in natural things the primary evil is when a generated thing does not realize its specific form, for instance, if instead of a man something else be generated, so the primary evil in moral actions is that which is from the object, for instance, "to take what belongs to another," and this action is said to be "evil in its genus," genus here standing for species, just as we apply the term mankind to the whole human species. Reply Obj. 1: Although external things are good in themselves, nevertheless they have not always a due proportion to this or that action. And so, inasmuch as they are considered as objects of such actions, they have not the quality of goodness. Reply Obj. 2: The object is not the matter of which a thing is made, but the matter about which something is done, and stands in relation to the act as its form, as it were, through giving it its species. Reply Obj. 3: The object of the human action is not always the object of an active power, for the appetitive power is in a way passive, insofar as it is moved by the appetible object, and yet it is a principle of human actions. Nor again have the objects of the active powers always the nature of an effect, but only when they are already transformed. Thus food, when transformed, is the effect of the nutritive power, whereas food, before being transformed, stands in relation to the nutritive power as the matter about which it exercises its operation. Now, since the object is in some way the effect of the active power, it follows that it is the term of its action, and consequently that it gives it its form and species, since movement derives its species from its term. Moreover, although the goodness of an action is not caused by the goodness of its effect, yet an action is said to be good from the fact that it can produce a good effect. Consequently, the very proportion of an action to its effect is the measure of its goodness. Third article: Whether man's action is good or evil from a circumstance? Objection 1. It would seem that an action is not good or evil from a circumstance. For circumstances stand around, circumstant, an action as being outside it, as stated above. Question 7, Article 1. But, "good and evil are in things themselves," as stated in Metaphysics 4:4. Therefore an action does not derive goodness or malice from a circumstance. Objection 2. Further, the goodness or malice of an action is considered principally in the doctrine of morals. But since circumstances are accidents of actions, it seems that they are outside the scope of art, because "no art takes notice of what is accidental" Metaphysics 6:2. Therefore the goodness or malice of an action is not taken from a circumstance. Objection 3. Further, that which belongs to a thing in respect of its substance is not ascribed to it in respect of an accident. But good and evil belong to an action in respect of its substance, because an action can be good or evil in its genus, as stated above, Article 2. Therefore an action is not good or bad from a circumstance. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethics ii, 3) that a virtuous man acts as he should, and when he should, and so on in respect of the other circumstances. Therefore, on the other hand, the vicious man, in the matter of each vice, acts when he should not, or where he should not, and so on with the other circumstances. Therefore, human actions are good or evil according to circumstances. I answer that, in natural things it is to be noted that the whole fullness of perfection due to a thing is not from the mere substantial form that gives it its species, since a thing derives much from supervening accidents, as man does from shape, color, and the like. And if any one of these accidents be out of due proportion, evil is the result. So it is with action. For the plenitude of its goodness does not consist wholly in its species, but also in certain additions which accrue to it by reason of certain accidents, and such are its due circumstances. Wherefore, if something be wanting that is requisite as a due circumstance, the action will be evil. Reply Obj. 1. Circumstances are outside an action, inasmuch as they are not part of its essence, but they are in an action as accidents thereof. Thus, too, accidents in natural substances are outside the essence. Reply Obj. 2. Every accident is not accidentally in its subject, for some are proper accidents, and of these every art takes notice. And thus it is that the circumstances of actions are considered in the doctrine of morals. Reply Obj. 3. Since good and being are convertible, according as being is predicated of substance and of accident, so is good predicated of a thing both in respect of its essential being and in respect of its accidental being, and this both in natural things and in moral actions. Fourth Article. Whether a human action is good or evil from its end? Objection 1. It would seem that the good and evil in human actions are not from the end. For Dionysius says (Divine Names 4) that "nothing acts with a view to evil." If therefore an action were good or evil from its end, no action would be evil, which is clearly false. Objection 2. Further, the goodness of an action is something in the action, but the end is an extrinsic cause. Therefore an action is not said to be good or bad according to its end. Objection 3. Further, a good action may happen to be ordained to an evil end, as when a man gives an alms from vainglory, and conversely, an evil action may happen to be ordained to a good end, as a theft committed in order to give something to the poor. Therefore, an action is not good or evil from its end. On the contrary, Boulais says on Topical Differences (2) that "if the end is good, the thing is good, and if the end be evil, the thing also is evil." I answer that, the disposition of things as to goodness is the same as their disposition as to being. Now in some things the being does not depend on another, and in these it suffices to consider their being absolutely. But there are things the being of which depends on something else, and hence in their regard we must consider their being in its relation to the cause on which it depends. Now just as the being of a thing depends on the agent and the form, so the goodness of a thing depends on its end. Hence in the divine persons, whose goodness does not depend on another, the measure of goodness is not taken from the end, whereas human actions and other things, the goodness of which depends on something else, have a measure of goodness from the end on which they depend, besides that goodness which is in them absolutely. Accordingly, a fourfold goodness may be considered in a human action. First, that which, as an action, it derives from its genus, because as much as it has of action and being, so much has it of goodness, as stated above (Article 1). Secondly, it has goodness according to its species, which is derived from its suitable object. Thirdly, it has goodness from its circumstances, in respect, as it were, of its accidents. Fourthly, it has goodness from its end, to which it is compared as to the cause of its goodness. Reply Obj. 1. The good in view of which one acts is not always a true good, but sometimes it is a true good, sometimes an apparent good, and in the latter event an evil action results from the end in view. Reply Obj. 2. Although the end is an extrinsic cause, nevertheless, due proportion to the end and relation to the end are inherent to the action. Reply Obj. 3. Nothing hinders an action that is good in one of the ways mentioned above, from lacking goodness in another way, and thus it may happen that an action which is good in its species or in its circumstances is ordained to an evil end, or vice versa. However, an action is not good simply, unless it is good in all these ways, since, evil results from any single defect, but good from the complete cause, as Dionysius says, Divine Names 4. Fifth Article. Whether a human action is good or evil in its species. Objection 1. It would seem that good and evil in moral actions do not make a difference of species. For the existence of good and evil in actions is in conformity with their existence in things, as stated above, Article 1. But good and evil do not make a specific difference in things, for a good man is specifically the same as a bad man. Therefore, neither do they make a specific difference in actions. Objection 2. Further, since evil is a privation, it is a non-being. But non-being cannot be a difference, according to the Philosopher, Metaphysics 3:3. Since therefore the difference constitutes the species, it seems that an action is not constituted in a species through being evil. Consequently, good and evil do not diversify the species of human actions. Objection 3. Further, acts that differ in species produce different effects. But the same specific effect results from a good and from an evil action. Thus, a man is born of adulterous or of lawful wedlock. Therefore, good and evil actions do not differ in species. Objection 4. Further, actions are sometimes said to be good or bad from a circumstance, as stated above, Article 3. But since a circumstance is an accident, it does not give an action its species. Therefore, human actions do not differ in species on account of their goodness or malice. On the contrary, according to the Philosopher, Ethics 2:1, "like habits produce like actions," but a good and a bad habit differ in species, as liberality and prodigality. Therefore, also good and bad actions differ in species. I answer that every action derives its species from its object, as stated above, Article 2. Hence it follows that a difference of object causes a difference of species in actions. Now it must be observed that a difference of objects causes a difference of species in actions, according as the latter are referred to one active principle, which does not cause a difference in actions, according as they are referred to another active principle. Because nothing accidental constitutes a species, but only that which is essential. And a difference of object may be essential in reference to one active principle, and accidental in reference to another. Thus to know color and to know sound differ essentially in reference to sense, but not in reference to the intellect. Now in human actions, good and evil are predicated in reference to the reason, because, as Dionysius says, Divine Names 4, "the good of man is to be in accordance with reason," and evil is "to be against reason," for that is good for a thing which suits it in regard to its form, and evil that which is against the order of its form. It is therefore evident that the difference of good and evil, considered in reference to the object, is an essential difference in relation to reason. That is to say, according as the object is suitable or unsuitable to reason. Now certain actions are called human or moral, inasmuch as they proceed from the reason. Consequently, it is evident that good and evil diversify the species in human actions, since essential differences cause a difference of species. Reply Obj. 1. Even in natural things, good and evil, inasmuch as something is according to nature and something against nature, diversify the natural species. For a dead body and a living body are not of the same species. In like manner, good, inasmuch as it is in accord with reason, and evil, inasmuch as it is against reason, diversify the moral species. Reply Obj. 2. Evil implies privation, not absolute, but affecting some potentiality. For an action is said to be evil in its species, not because it has no object at all, but because it has an object in disaccord with reason, for instance, to appropriate another's property. Wherefore, insofar as the object is something positive, it can constitute the species of an evil act. Reply Obj. 3. The conjugal act and adultery, as compared to reason, differ specifically and have effects specifically different, because the other deserves praise and reward, the other blame and punishment. But as compared to the generative power, they do not differ in species, thus they have one specific effect. Reply Obj. 4. A circumstance is sometimes taken as the essential difference of the object, as compared to reason, and then it can specify a moral act. And it must needs be so whenever a circumstance transforms an action from good to evil. For a circumstance would not make an action evil, except through being repugnant to reason. End of question 18, part 1. Question 18, part 2 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican province. Question 18, Part 2, of the good and evil of human acts in general, in 11 articles. Sixth article. Whether an action has the species of good or evil from its end? Objection 1. It would seem that the good and evil which are from the end do not diversify the species of actions. For actions derive their species from the object, but the end is altogether apart from the object. Therefore, the good and evil which are from the end do not diversify the species of an action. Objection 2. Further, that which is accidental does not constitute the species, as stated above, Article 5. But it is accidental to an action to be ordained to some particular end, for instance, to give alms from vainglory. Therefore, actions are not diversified as to species, according to the good and evil which are from the end. Objection 3. Further, acts that differ in species can be ordained to the same end. Thus, to the end of vainglory, actions of various virtues and vices can be ordained. Therefore, the good and evil which are taken from the end do not diversify the species of action. On the contrary, it has been shown above, Question 1, Article 3, that human actions derive their species from the end. Therefore, good and evil in respect of the end diversify the species of actions. I answer that certain actions are called human, inasmuch as they are voluntary, as stated above. Question 1, Article 1. Now, in a voluntary action, there is a twofold action, viz., the interior action of the will and the external action, and each of these actions has its object. The end is properly the object of the interior act of the will, while the object of the external action is that on which the action is brought to bear. Therefore, just as the external action takes its species from the object on which it bears, so the interior act of the will takes its species from the end, as from its own proper object. Now, that which is on the part of the will is formal in regard to that which is on the part of the external action, because the will uses the limbs to act as instruments, nor have external actions any measure of morality, save insofar as they are voluntary. Consequently, the species of a human act is considered formally with regard to the end, but materially with regard to the object of the external action. Hence, the Philosopher says, Ethic. v, 2, that, "he who steals that he may commit adultery is, strictly speaking, more adulterer than thief." Reply Obj. 1. The end also has the character of an object, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2. Although it is accidental to the external action to be ordained to some particular end, it is not accidental to the interior act of the will, which act is compared to the external act as form to matter. Reply Obj. 3. When many actions, differing in species, are ordained to the same end, there is indeed a diversity of species on the part of the external actions, but unity of species on the part of the internal action. Seventh Article. Whether the species derived from the end is contained under the species derived from the object, as under its genus, or conversely. Objection 1. It would seem that the species of goodness derived from the end is contained under the species of goodness derived from the object, as a species is contained under its genus. For instance, when a man commits a theft in order to give alms. For an action takes its species from its object, as stated above, Articles 2, 6. But it is impossible for a thing to be contained under another species, if this species be not contained under the proper species of that thing, because the same thing cannot be contained in different species that are not subordinate to one another. Therefore, the species which is taken from the end is contained under the species which is taken from the object. Objection 2. Further, the last difference always constitutes the most specific species, but the difference derived from the end seems to come after the difference derived from the object, because the end is something last. Therefore, the species derived from the end is contained under the species derived from the object, as its most specific species. Objection 3. Further, the more formal a difference is, the more specific it is, because difference is compared to genus as form to matter, but the species derived from the end is more formal than that which is derived from the object, as stated above, Article 6. Therefore, the species derived from the end is contained under the species derived from the object, as the most specific species is contained under the subaltern genus. On the contrary, each genus has its determinate differences, but an action of one same species on the part of its object can be ordained to an infinite number of ends. For instance, theft can be ordained to an infinite number of good and bad ends. Therefore, the species derived from the end is not contained under the species derived from the object, as under its genus? I answer that the object of the external act can stand in a twofold relation to the end of the will. First, as being of itself ordained thereto. Thus, to fight well is of itself ordained to victory. Secondly, as being ordained thereto accidentally. Thus, to take what belongs to another is ordained accidentally to the giving of alms. Now, the differences that divide a genus and constitute the species of that genus must, as the Philosopher says, Metaphysics 7:12, divide that genus essentially, and if they divide it accidentally, the division is incorrect, as if one were to say, "Animals are divided into rational and irrational, and the irrational into animals with wings and animals without wings," For winged and wingless are not essential determinations of the irrational being. But the following division would be correct. "Some animals have feet, some have no feet, and of those that have feet, some have 2 feet, some 4, and some many," because the latter division is an essential determination of the former. Accordingly, when the object is not of itself ordained to the end, the specific difference derived from the object is not an essential determination of the species derived from the end, nor is the reverse the case. Wherefore one of these species is not under the other. But then the moral action is contained under 2 species that are disparate, as it were. Consequently, we say that he that commits theft for the sake of adultery is guilty of a twofold malice in one action. On the other hand, if the object be of itself ordained to the end, one of these differences is an essential determination of the other. Wherefore one of these species will be contained under the other. It remains to be considered which of the 2 is contained under the other. In order to make this clear, we must first of all observe that the more particular the form is from which a difference is taken, the more specific is the difference. Secondly, that the more universal an agent is, the more universal a form does it cause. Thirdly, that the more remote an end is, the more universal the agent to which it corresponds. Thus victory, which is the last end of the army, is the end intended by the commander-in-chief, while the right ordering of this or that regiment is the end intended by one of the lower officers. From all this it follows that the specific difference derived from the end is more general, and that the difference derived from an object which of itself is ordained to that end is a specific difference in relation to the former. For the will, the proper object of which is the end, is the universal mover in respect of all the powers of the soul, the proper objects of which are the objects of their particular acts. Reply Obj. 1: One and the same thing, considered in its substance, cannot be in 2 species, one of which is not subordinate to the other. But in respect of those things which are superadded to the substance, one thing can be contained under different species. Thus one and the same fruit, as to its color, is contained under one species, i.e. a white thing, and as to its perfume, under the species of sweet-smelling things. In like manner, an action which, as to its substance, is in one natural species, considered in respect to the moral conditions that are added to it, can belong to 2 species, as stated above. Question 1, Article 3, to 3. Reply Obj. 2: The end is last in execution, but first in the intention of the reason, in regard to which moral actions receive their species. Reply Obj. 3. Difference is compared to genus as form to matter, inasmuch as it actualizes the genus. On the other hand, the genus is considered as more formal than the species, inasmuch as it is something more absolute and less contracted. Wherefore, also the parts of a definition are reduced to the genus of formal cause, as stated in Phys. 2:3. And in this sense the genus is the formal cause of the species, and so much the more formal as it is more universal. Eighth Article. Whether any action is indifferent in its species? Objection 1. It would seem that no action is indifferent in its species. For evil is the privation of good, according to Augustine (Enchiridion 9). But privation and habit are immediate contraries, according to the Philosopher (Categories 8). Therefore there is not such thing as an action that is indifferent in its species, as though it were between good and evil. Obj. 2. Further, human actions derive their species from their end or object, as stated above (Article 6, Question 1, Article 3). But every end and every object is either good or bad. Therefore every human action is good or evil according to its species. None, therefore, is indifferent in its species. Obj. 3. Further, as stated above (Article 1), an action is said to be good when it has its due complement of goodness, and evil when it lacks that complement. But every action must needs either have the entire plenitude of its goodness, or lack it in some respect. Therefore every action must needs be either good or bad in its species, and none is indifferent. On the contrary, Augustine says on the Lord's Sermon on the Mount (2:18) that "there are certain deeds of a middle kind, which can be done with a good or evil mind, of which it is rash to form a judgment." Therefore some actions are indifferent according to their species. I answer that, as stated above (Articles 2, 5), every action takes its species from its object, while human action, which is called moral, takes its species from the object, in relation to the principle of human actions, which is the reason. Wherefore, if the object of an action includes something in accord with the order of reason, it will be a good action according to its species. For instance, to give alms to a person in want. On the other hand, if it includes something repugnant to the order of reason, it will be an evil act according to its species. For instance, to steal, which is to appropriate what belongs to another. But it may happen that the object of an action does not include something pertaining to the order of reason. For instance, to pick up a straw from the ground, to walk in the fields, and the like. And such actions are indifferent according to their species. Reply Obj. 1. Privation is twofold. One is privation "as a result" (privatum esse), and this leaves nothing, but takes all away. Thus blindness takes away sight altogether, darkness light, and death life. Between this privation and the contrary habit there can be no medium in respect of the proper subject. The other is privation "in process" (privare). Thus sickness is privation of health. Not that it takes health away altogether, but that it is a kind of road to the entire loss of health, occasioned by death. And since this sort of privation leaves something, it is not always the immediate contrary of the opposite habit. In this way evil is a privation of good, as Simplicius says in his commentary on the categories, because it does not take away all good, but leaves some. Consequently, there can be something between good and evil. Reply Obj. 2. Every object or end has some goodness or malice, at least natural to it, but this does not imply moral goodness or malice, which is considered in relation to the reason, as stated above. And it is of this that we are here treating. Reply Obj. 3. Not everything belonging to an action belongs also to its species. Wherefore, although an action's specific nature may not contain all that belongs to the full complement of its goodness, it is not therefore an action specifically bad, nor is it specifically good. Thus a man in regard to his species is neither virtuous nor wicked. Ninth Article. Whether an individual action can be indifferent? Objection 1. It would seem that an individual action can be indifferent, for there is no species that does not or cannot contain an individual. But an action can be indifferent in its species, as stated above, Article 8. Therefore, an individual action can be indifferent. Objection 2. Further, individual actions cause like habits, as stated in Ethics 2:1. But a habit can be indifferent, for the Philosopher says, Ethics 4:1, that those who are of an even temper and prodigal disposition are not evil, and yet it is evident that they are not good, since they depart from virtue, and thus they are indifferent in respect of a habit. Therefore some individual actions are indifferent. Objection 3. Further, moral good belongs to virtue, while moral evil belongs to vice. But it happens sometimes that a man fails to ordain a specifically indifferent action to a vicious or virtuous end. Therefore, an individual action may happen to be indifferent. On the contrary, Gregory says in a homily 6 on the Gospels, "An idle word is one that lacks either the usefulness of rectitude, or the motive of just necessity, or pious utility." But an idle word is an evil, because "men shall render an account of it in the day of judgment." Matthew 12:36. While if it does not lack the motive of just necessity or pious utility, it is good. Therefore every word is either good or bad. For the same reason every other action is either good or bad. Therefore no individual action is indifferent. I answer that, it sometimes happens that an action is indifferent in its species, but considered in the individual it is good or evil. And the reason of this is because a moral action, as stated above, Article 3, derives its goodness not only from its object, whence it takes its species, but also from the circumstances, which are its accidents, as it were, just as something belongs to a man by reason of his individual accidents, which does not belong to him by reason of his species. And every individual action must needs have some circumstance that makes it good or bad, at least in respect of the intention of the end. For since it belongs to the reason to direct, if an action that proceeds from deliberate reason be not directed to the due end, it is, by that fact alone, repugnant to reason, and has the character of evil. But if it be directed to a due end, it is in accord with reason, wherefore it has the character of good. Now it must needs be either directed or not directed to a due end. Consequently, every human action that proceeds from deliberate reason, if it be considered in the individual, must be good or bad. If, however, it does not proceed from deliberate reason, but from some act of the imagination, as when a man strokes his beard or moves his hand or foot. Such an action, properly speaking, is not moral or human, since this depends on the reason. Hence it will be indifferent, as standing apart from the genus of moral actions. Reply Obj. 1. For an action to be indifferent in its species can be understood in several ways. First, in such a way that its species demands that it remain indifferent, and the objection proceeds along this line. But no action can be specifically indifferent thus, since no object of human action is such that it cannot be directed to good or evil, either through its end or through a circumstance. Secondly, specific indifference of an action may be due to the fact that as far as its species is concerned, it is neither good nor bad. Wherefore, it can be made good or bad by something else. Thus man, as far as his species is concerned, is neither black nor white, nor is it a condition of his species that he should not be black or white, but blackness or whiteness is superadded to man by other principles than those of his species. Reply Obj. 2. The Philosopher states that a man is evil, properly speaking, if he be hurtful to others. And accordingly he says that the prodigal is not evil, because he hurts none save himself. And the same applies to all others who are not hurtful to other men. But we say here that evil, in general, is all that is repugnant to right reason. And in this sense, every individual action is either good or bad, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3. Whenever an end is intended by deliberate reason, it belongs either to the good of some virtue or to the evil of some vice. Thus, if a man's action is directed to the support or repose of his body, it is also directed to the good of virtue, provided he direct his body itself to the good of virtue. The same clearly applies to other actions. 10th Article. Whether a circumstance places a moral action in the species of good or evil? Objection 1. It would seem that a circumstance cannot place a moral action in the species of good or evil. For the species of an action is taken from its object, but circumstances differ from the object. Therefore, circumstances do not give an action its species. Objection 2. Further, circumstances are as accidents in relation to the moral action, as stated above, Q. 7, Article 1. But an accident does not constitute the species. Therefore, a circumstance does not constitute a species of good or evil. Objection 3. Further, one thing is not in several species, but one action has several circumstances. Therefore, a circumstance does not place a moral action in a species of good or evil. On the contrary, place is a circumstance. But place makes a moral action to be in a certain species of evil. For theft of a thing from a holy place is a sacrilege. Therefore, a circumstance makes a moral action to be specifically good or bad. I answer that, just as the species of natural things are constituted by their natural forms, so the species of moral actions are constituted by forms as conceived by the reason, as is evident from what was said above, Article 5. But since nature is determinate to one thing, nor can a process of nature go on to infinity, there must needs be some ultimate form, giving a specific difference, after which no further specific difference is possible. Hence it is that in natural things, that which is accidental to a thing cannot be taken as a difference constituting the species. But the process of reason is not fixed to one particular term, for at any point it can still proceed further. And consequently, that which in one action is taken as a circumstance added to the object that specifies the action, can again be taken by the directing reason as the principal condition of the object that determines the action's species. Thus, to appropriate another's property is specified by reason of the property being "another's," and in this respect it is placed in the species of theft. And if we consider that action also in its bearing on place or time, then this will be an additional circumstance. But since the reason can direct as to place, time, and the like, it may happen that the condition as to place, in relation to the object, is considered as being in disaccord with reason. For instance, reason forbids damage to be done to a holy place. Consequently, to steal from a holy place has an additional repugnance to the order of reason, and thus place, which was first of all considered as a circumstance, is considered here as the principal condition of the object, and as itself repugnant to reason. And in this way, whenever a circumstance has a special relation to reason, either for or against, it must needs specify the moral action, whether good or bad. Reply Obj. 1. A circumstance, insofar as it specifies an action, is considered as a condition of the object, as stated above, and as being, as it were, a specific difference thereof. Reply Obj. 2. A circumstance, so long as it is but a circumstance, does not specify an action, since thus it is a mere accident. But when it becomes a principal condition of the object, then it does specify the action. Reply Obj. 3. It is not every circumstance that places the moral action in the species of good or evil, since not every circumstance implies accord or disaccord with reason. Consequently, although one action may have many circumstances, it does not follow that it is in many species. Nevertheless, there is no reason why one action should not be in several, even disparate, moral species, as said above, Article 7, 2-1, Question 1, Article 3, 2-3. 11th Article. Whether every circumstance that makes an action better or worse places a moral action in a species of good or evil? Objection 1. It would seem that every circumstance relating to good or evil specifies an action. For good and evil are specific differences of moral actions. Therefore, that which causes a difference in the goodness or malice of a moral action causes a specific difference, which is the same as to make it differ in species. Now that which makes an action better or worse makes it differ in goodness and malice. Therefore, it causes it to differ in species. Therefore, every circumstance that makes an action better or worse constitutes a species. Objection 2. Further, an additional circumstance either has in itself the character of goodness or malice, or it has not. If not, it cannot make the action better or worse, because what is not good cannot make a greater good, and what is not evil cannot make a greater evil. But if it has in itself the character of good or evil, for this very reason it has a certain species of good or evil. Therefore, every circumstance that makes an action better or worse constitutes a new species of good or evil. Objection 3. Further, according to Dionysius (Divine Names 4), "evil is caused by each single defect." Now, every circumstance that increases malice has a special defect. Therefore, every such circumstance adds a new species of sin. And for the same reason, every circumstance that increases goodness, seems to add a new species of goodness, just as every unity added to a number makes a new species of number, since the good consists in "number, weight, and measure." 1. Question 5, Article 5. On the contrary, more and less do not change a species. But more and less is a circumstance of additional goodness or malice. Therefore, not every circumstance that makes a moral action better or worse places it in a species of good or evil. I answer that, as stated above, Article 10, a circumstance gives the species of good or evil to a moral action, in so far as it regards a special order of reason. Now, it happens sometimes that a circumstance does not regard a special order of reason in respect of good or evil, except on the supposition of another previous circumstance, from which the moral action takes its species of good or evil. Thus, to take something in a large or small quantity does not regard the order of reason in respect of good or evil, except a certain other condition be presupposed, from which the action takes its malice or goodness. For instance, if what is taken belongs to another, which makes the action to be discordant with reason. Wherefore, to take what belongs to another, in a large or small quantity, does not change the species of the sin. Nevertheless, it can aggravate or diminish the sin. The same applies to other evil or good actions. Consequently, not every circumstance that makes a moral action better or worse changes its species. Reply Obj. 1. In things which can be more or less intense, the difference of more or less does not change the species. Thus, by differing in whiteness, through being more or less white, a thing is not changed in regard to its species of color. In like manner, that which makes an action to be more or less good or evil does not make the action differ in species. Reply Obj. 2. A circumstance that aggravates a sin, or adds to the goodness of an action, sometimes has no goodness or malice in itself, but in regard to some other condition of the action, as stated above. Consequently, it does not add a new species, but adds to the goodness or malice derived from this other condition of the action. Reply Obj. 3. A circumstance does not always involve a distinct defect of its own. Sometimes it causes a defect in reference to something else. In like manner, a circumstance does not always add further perfection, except in reference to something else. And for as much as it does, although it may add to the goodness or malice, it does not always change the species of good or evil. End of question 18, part 2.
Question 19 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Clancy, Los Angeles, California. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 19. The goodness and malice of the interior act of the will, in 10 articles. We must now consider the goodness of the interior act of the will, under which head there are 10 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the goodness of the will depends on the object. 2. Whether it depends on the object alone. 3. Whether it depends on reason. 4. Whether it depends on the eternal law. 5. Whether erring reason binds. 6. Whether the will is evil if it follows the erring reason against the law of God. 7. Whether the goodness of the will in regard to the means depends on the intention of the end. 8. Whether the degree of goodness or malice in the will depends on the degree of good or evil in the intention. 9. Whether the goodness of the will depends on its conformity to the divine will. 10. Whether it is necessary for the human will, in order to be good, to be conformed to the divine will, as regards the thing willed. First Article, 1 to 2, question 19, Article 1. Whether the goodness of the will depends on the object. Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness of the will does not depend on the object. For the will cannot be directed otherwise than to what is good, since evil is outside the scope of the will, as Dionysius says, Divine Names 4. If therefore the goodness of the will depended on the object, it would follow that every act of the will is good, and none bad. Objection 2. Further, good is first of all in the end. Wherefore the goodness of the end, as such, does not depend on any other, but, according to the Philosopher, Ethics 6:5, goodness of action is the end, but goodness of making is never the end, because the latter is always ordained to the thing made, as to its end. Therefore the goodness of the act of the will does not depend on any object. Objection 3. Further, such as a thing is, such does it make a thing to be. But the object of the will is good, by reason of the goodness of nature. Therefore it cannot give moral goodness to the will. Therefore the moral goodness of the will does not depend on the object. On the contrary, the Philosopher says, Ethics 5:1, that justice is that habit from which men wish for just things, and accordingly virtue is a habit from which men wish for good things. But a good will is one which is in accordance with virtue. Therefore the goodness of the will is from the fact that a man wills that which is good. I answer that good and evil are essential differences of the act of the will, because good and evil of themselves regard the will, just as truth and falsehood regard reason, the act of which is divided essentially by the difference of truth and falsehood. For as much as an opinion is said to be true or false, consequently good and evil will are acts differing in species. Now the specific difference in acts and according to objects, as stated above, question 18, article 5, therefore good and evil in the acts of the will is derived properly from the objects. Reply Objection 1. The will is not always directed to what is truly good, but sometimes to the apparent good, which has indeed some measure of good, but not of a good that is simply suitable to be desired. Hence it is that the act of the will is not always good, but sometimes evil. Reply Objection 2. Although an action can, in a certain way, be man's last end, nevertheless, such action is not an act of the will, as stated above, question 1, article 1, 2. Reply Objection 3. Good is presented to the will as its object by the reason, and in so far as it is in accord with reason, it enters the moral order, and causes moral goodness in the act of the will, because the reason is the principle of human and moral acts, as stated above, question 18, article 5. Second article, 1 to 2, question 19, article 2. Whether the goodness of the will depends on the object alone. Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness of the will does not depend on the object alone, for the end has a closer relationship to the will than to any other power. But the acts of the other powers derive goodness not only from the object, but also from the end, as we have shown above (Q. 18, A. 4). Therefore the act also of the will derives goodness not only from the object, but also from the end. Obj. 2: Further, the goodness of an action is derived not only from the object, but also from the circumstances, as stated above (Q. 18, A. 3). But according to the diversity of circumstances, there may be diversity of goodness and malice in the act of the will. For instance, if a man will when he ought, where he ought, as much as he ought, and how he ought, or if he will as he ought not, therefore the goodness of the will depends not only on the object, but also on the circumstances. Obj. 3: Further, ignorance of circumstances excuses malice of the will, as stated above (Q. 6, A. 8). But it would not be so unless the goodness or malice of the will depended on the circumstances. Therefore the goodness and malice of the will depend on the circumstances, and not only on the object. On the contrary, an action does not take its species from the circumstances as such, as stated above (Q. 18, A. 10 to 2). But good and evil are specific differences of the act of the will, as stated above (A. 1). Therefore the goodness and malice of the will depend, not on the circumstances, but on the object alone. I answer that, in every genus, the more a thing is first, the more simple it is, and the fewer the principles of which it consists. Thus primary bodies are simple. Hence it is to be observed that the first things in every genus are in some way simple, and consist of one principle. Now the principle of the goodness and malice of human actions is taken from the act of the will. Consequently the goodness and malice of the act of the will depend on some one thing, while the goodness and malice of other acts may depend on several things. Now that one thing which is the principle in each genus is not something accidental to that genus, but something essential thereto, because whatever is accidental is reduced to something essential as to its principle. Therefore the goodness of the will's act depends on that one thing alone, which of itself causes goodness in the act, and that one thing is the object, and not the circumstances, which are accidents, as it were, of the act. Reply Obj. 1: The end is the object of the will, but not of the other powers. Hence, in regard to the act of the will, the goodness derived from the object does not differ from that which is derived from the end, as they differ in the acts of the other powers, except perhaps accidentally, in so far as one end depends on another, and one act of the will on another. Reply Obj. 2: Given that the act of the will is fixed on some good, no circumstances can make that act bad. Consequently, when it is said that a man wills a good when he ought not, or whether he ought not, this can be understood in two ways. First, so that this circumstance is referred to the thing willed, and thus the act of the will is not fixed on something good, since to will to do something when it ought not to be done is not to will something good. Secondly, so that the circumstance is referred to the act of willing, and thus it is impossible to will something good when one ought not to, because one ought always to will what is good, except perhaps accidentally, in so far as a man by willing some particular good is prevented from willing at the same time another good which he ought to will at that time. And then evil results, not from his willing that particular good, but from his not willing the other. The same applies to the other circumstances. Reply Obj. 3: Ignorance of circumstances excuses malice of the will, in so far as the circumstance affects the thing willed. That is to say, in so far as a man ignores the circumstances of the act which he wills. Third Article, 1 to 2, Q. 19, Article 3. Whether the goodness of the will depends on reason. Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness of the will does not depend on reason. For what comes first does not depend on what follows. But the good belongs to the will before it belongs to reason, as is clear from what has been said above, Q. 9, Article 1. Therefore the goodness of the will does not depend on reason. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says, Ethic. 6:2, that the goodness of the practical intellect is a truth that is in conformity with right desire. But right desire is a good will. Therefore, the goodness of the practical reason depends on the goodness of the will, rather than conversely. Objection 3. Further, the mover does not depend on that which is moved, but vice versa. But the will moves the reason and the other powers, as stated above, Q. 9, Article 1. Therefore, the goodness of the will does not depend on reason. On the contrary, Hilary says, On the Trinity, 10. It is an unruly will that persists in its desires in opposition to reason. But the goodness of the will consists in not being unruly. Therefore, the goodness of the will depends on its being subject to reason. I answer that, as stated above, Articles 1 and 2. The goodness of the will depends properly on the object. Now the will's object is proposed to it by reason, because the good understood is the proportionate object of the will, while sensitive or imaginary good is proportionate not to the will, but to the sensitive appetite, since the will can tend to the universal good, which reason apprehends, whereas the sensitive appetite tends only to the particular good, apprehended by the sensitive power. Therefore the goodness of the will depends on reason, in the same way as it depends on the object. Reply Obj. 1. The good, considered as such, i.e. as appetitable, pertains to the will before pertaining to the reason, but considered as true it pertains to the reason, before, under the aspect of goodness, pertaining to the will, because the will cannot desire a good that is not previously apprehended by reason. Reply Obj. 2. The Philosopher speaks here of the practical intellect, in so far as it counsels and reasons about the means. For in this respect it is perfected by prudence. Now in regard to the means, the rectitude of the reason depends on its conformity with the desire of a due end. Nevertheless, the very desire of the due end presupposes on the part of reason a right apprehension of the end. Reply Obj. 3. The will moves the reason in one way, the reason moves the will in another, viz. on the part of the object, as stated above, Q. 9, Article 1. Fourth Article. 1 to 2, Q. 19, Article 4. Whether the goodness of the will depends on the eternal law. Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness of the human will does not depend on the eternal law, because to one thing there is one rule and one measure, but the rule of the human will on which its goodness depends is right reason. Therefore the goodness of the will does not depend on the eternal law. Objection 2. Further, a measure is homogeneous with the thing measured. Metaphysics 10, 1. But the eternal law is not homogeneous with the human will. Therefore the eternal law cannot be the measure on which the goodness of the human will depends. Objection 3. Further, a measure should be most certain, but the eternal law is unknown to us. Therefore it cannot be the measure on which the goodness of our will depends. On the contrary, Augustine says against Faustus and Manichae 22:27 that sin is a deed, word, or desire against the eternal law, but malice of the will is the root of sin. Therefore, since malice is contrary to goodness, the goodness of the will depends on the eternal law. I answer that, wherever a number of causes are subordinate to one another, the effect depends more on the first than on the second cause, since the second cause acts only in virtue of the first. Now it is from the eternal law, which is the divine reason, that human reason is the rule of the human will, from which the human derives its goodness. Hence it is written, Psalms 4, 6, 7. Many say, Who showeth us good things? The light of thy countenance, O Lord, is signed upon us. As though to say, the light of our reason is able to show us good things and guide our will, in so far as it is the light. Example derived from thy countenance. It is therefore evident that the goodness of the human will depends on the eternal law much more than on human reason, and when human reason fails, we must have recourse to the eternal reason. Reply Obj. 1. To one thing there are not several proximate measures, but there can be several measures if one is subordinate to the other. Reply Obj. 2. A proximate measure is homogeneous with the thing measured, a remote measure is not. Reply Obj. 3. Although the eternal law is unknown to us according as it is in the divine mind, nevertheless it becomes known to us somewhat, either by natural reason, which is derived therefrom as its proper image, or by some sort of additional revelation. Fifth article, 1-2, question 19, article 5. Whether the will is evil when it is at variance with erring reason. Objection 1. It would seem that the will is not evil when it is at variance with erring reason, because the reason is the rule of the human will, in so far as it is derived from the eternal law, as stated above, article 4. But erring reason is not derived from the eternal law. Therefore, erring reason is not the rule of the human will. Therefore, the will is not evil if it be at variance with erring reason. Objection 2. Further, according to Augustine, the command of a lower authority does not bind if it be contrary to the command of a higher authority. For instance, if a provincial governor commands something that is forbidden by the emperor, but erring reason sometimes proposes what is against the command of a higher power, namely, God, whose power is supreme. Therefore, the decision of an erring reason does not bind. Consequently, the will is not evil if it be at variance with erring reason. Objection 3. Further, every evil will is reducible to some species of malice, but the will that is at variance with erring reason is not reducible to some species of malice. For instance, if a man's reason err in telling him to commit fornication, his will in not willing to do so cannot be reduced to any species of malice. Therefore, the will is not evil when it is at variance with erring reason. On the contrary, as stated in the first part, question 79, article 13, conscience is nothing else than the application of knowledge to some action. Now, knowledge is in the reason. Therefore, when the will is at variance with erring reason, it is against conscience. But every such will is evil, for it is written, Romans 14:23, all that is not of faith, i.e., all that is against conscience, is sin. Therefore, the will is evil when it is at variance with erring reason. I answer that, since conscience is a kind of dictate of the reason, for it is an application of knowledge to action, as was stated in the first part, question 19, article 13. To inquire whether the will is evil when it is at variance with erring reason is the same as to inquire whether an erring conscience binds. On this matter, some distinguish three kinds of actions. For some are good generically, some are indifferent, some are evil generically. And they say that if reason or conscience tells us to do something which is good generically, there is no error. And in like manner, if it tell us not to do something which is evil generically, since it is the same reason that prescribes what is good and forbids what is evil. On the other hand, if a man's reason or conscience tells him that he is bound by precept to do what is evil in itself, or that what is good in itself is forbidden, then his reason or conscience errs. In like manner, if a man's reason or conscience tell him that what is indifferent in itself, for instance, to raise a straw from the ground, is forbidden or commanded, his reason or conscience errs. They say, therefore, that reason or conscience, when erring in matters of indifference, either by commanding or by forbidding them, binds, so that the will which is at variance with that erring reason is evil and sinful. But they say that when reason or conscience errs in commanding what is evil in itself, or in forbidding what is good in itself, what is necessary for salvation, it does not bind. Wherefore, in such cases, the will which is at variance with erring reason or conscience is not evil. But this is unreasonable, for in matters of indifference, the will that is at variance with erring reason or conscience is evil in some way on account of the object, on which the goodness or malice of the will depends, not indeed on account of the object according as it is in its own nature, but according as it is accidentally apprehended by reason as something evil to do or to avoid. And since the object of the will is that which is proposed by the reason, as stated above (A. 3), from the very fact that a thing is proposed by the reason as being evil, the will by tending thereto becomes evil. And this is the case not only in indifferent matters, but also in those that are good or evil in themselves. For not only indifferent matters can receive the character of goodness or malice accidentally, but also that which is good can receive the character of evil, or that which is evil can receive the character of goodness, on account of the reason apprehending it as such. For instance, to refrain from fornication is good, yet the will does not tend to this good except in so far as it is proposed by the reason. If therefore the erring reason propose it as an evil, the will tends to it as to something evil. Consequently, the will is evil, because it wills evil, not indeed that which is evil in itself, but that which is evil accidentally, through being apprehended as such by the reason. In like manner, to believe in Christ is good in itself, and necessary for salvation, but the will does not tend thereto, except inasmuch as it is proposed by the reason. Consequently, if it be proposed by the reason as something evil, the will tends to it as to something evil, not as if it were evil in itself, but because it is evil accidentally through the apprehension of the reason. Hence the Philosopher says, Ethic. 7:9, that, properly speaking, the incontinent man is one who does not follow right reason, but accidentally he is also one who does not follow false reason. We must therefore conclude that, absolutely speaking, every will at variance with reason, whether right or erring, is always evil. Reply Obj. 1. Although the judgment of an erring reason is not derived from God, yet the erring reason puts forward its judgment as being true, and consequently as being derived from God, from whom is all truth. Reply Obj. 2. The saying of Augustine holds good when it is known that the inferior authority prescribes something contrary to the command of the higher authority. But if a man were to believe the command of the proconsul to be the command of the emperor, and scorning the command of the proconsul, he would scorn the command of the emperor. In like manner, if a man were to know that human reason was dictating something contrary to God's commandment, he would not be bound to abide by reason, but then reason would not be entirely erroneous. But when erring reason proposes something as being commanded by God, then to scorn the dictate of reason is to scorn the commandment of God. Reply Obj. 3. Whenever reason apprehends something as evil, it apprehends it under some species of evil, for instance, as being something contrary to a divine precept, or as giving scandal, or for some such like reason, and then that evil is reduced to that species of malice. Sixth Article, 1-2, Question 19, Article 6. Whether the will is good when it abides by erring reason. Objection 1. It would seem that the will is good when it abides by erring reason. For just as the will, when at variance with the reason, tends to that which reason judges to be evil, so when in accord with reason it tends to what reason judges to be good. But the will is evil when it is at variance with reason, even when erring. Therefore, even when it abides by erring reason, the will is good. Objection 2. Further, the will is always good when it abides by the commandment of God and the eternal law. But the eternal law and God's commandment are proposed to us by the apprehension of the reason, even when it errs. Therefore, the will is good even when it abides by erring reason. Objection 3. Further, the will is evil when it is at variance with erring reason. If, therefore, the will is evil also when it abides by erring reason, it seems that the will is always evil when in conjunction with erring reason. So that in such a case a man would be in a dilemma, and of necessity would sin, which is unreasonable. Therefore, the will is good when it abides by erring reason. On the contrary, the will of those who slew the apostles was evil, and yet it was in accord with the erring reason, according to John 16:2. The hour cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doth a service to God. Therefore, the will can be evil when it abides by erring reason. I answer that, whereas the previous question is the same as inquiring whether an erring conscience binds, so this question is the same as inquiring whether an erring conscience excuses. Now this question depends on what has been said above about ignorance. For what it was said, question 6, article 8, that ignorance sometimes causes an act to be involuntary and sometimes not. And since moral good and evil consist in action in so far as it is voluntary, as was stated above, article 2, it is evident that when ignorance causes an act to be involuntary, it takes away the character of moral good and evil, but not when it does not cause the act to be involuntary. Again, it has been stated above, question 6, article 8, that when ignorance is in any way willed, either directly or indirectly, it does not cause the act to be involuntary. And I call that ignorance directly voluntary, to which the act of the will tends, and that indirectly voluntary, which is due to negligence, by reason of a man not wishing to know what he ought to know, as stated above, question 6, article 8. If then reason or conscience err with an error that is voluntary, either directly or through negligence, so that one errs about what one ought to know, then such an error of reason or conscience does not excuse the will. That abides by that erring reason or conscience from being evil. But if the error arise from ignorance of some circumstance, and without any negligence, so that it cause the act to be involuntary, then that error of reason or conscience excuses the will, that abides by that erring reason from being evil. For instance, if erring reason tell a man that he should go to another man's wife, the will that abides by that erring reason is evil, since this error arises from ignorance of the divine law, which he is bound to know. But if a man's reason errs in mistaking another for his wife, and if he wish to give her her right when she asks for it, his will is excused from being evil, because this error arises from ignorance of a circumstance, which ignorance excuses, and causes the act to be involuntary. Reply Obj. 1. As Dionysius says, Divine Names 4, good results from the entire cause, evil from each particular defect. Consequently, in order that the thing to which the will tends be called evil, it suffices either that it be evil in itself, or that it be apprehended as evil. But in order for it to be good, it must be good in both ways. Reply Obj. 2. The eternal law cannot err, but human reason can. Consequently, the will that abides by human reason is not always right, nor is it always in accord with the eternal law. Reply Obj. 3. Just as in syllogistic arguments, granted one absurdity, others must needs follow, so in moral matters, given one absurdity, others must follow too. Thus, suppose a man to seek vainglory, he will sin, whether he does his duty for vainglory or whether he omit to do it. Nor is he in a dilemma about the matter, because he can put aside his evil intention. In like manner, suppose a man's reason or conscience to err through inexcusable ignorance, then evil must needs result in the will. Nor is this man in a dilemma, because he can lay aside his error, since his ignorance is vincible and voluntary. Seventh Article, 1-2, Question 19, Article 7. Whether the goodness of the will, as regards the means, depends on the intention of the end. Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness of the will does not depend on the intention of the end, for it has been stated above, Article 2, that the goodness of the will depends on the object alone. But as regards the means, the object of the will is one thing, and the end intended is another. Therefore, in such matters, the goodness of the will does not depend on the intention of the end. Objection 2. Further, to wish to keep God's commandment belongs to a good will, but this can be referred to an evil end, for instance, to vainglory or covetousness, by willing to obey God for the sake of temporal gain. Therefore, the goodness of the will does not depend on the intention of the end. Objection 3. Further, just as good and evil diversify the will, so do they diversify the end. But malice of the will does not depend on the malice of the end intended, since a man who wills to steal in order to give alms has an evil will, although he intends a good end. Therefore, neither does the goodness of the will depend on the goodness of the end intended. On the contrary, Augustine says, Confessions 9:3, that God rewards the intention, but God rewards a thing because it is good. Therefore, the goodness of the will depends on the intention of the end. I answer that the intention may stand in a twofold relation to the act of the will. First, as preceding it; secondly, as following, Leonine addition, accompanying it. The intention precedes the act of the will causally, when we will something because we intend a certain end, and then the order to the end is considered as the reason of the goodness of the thing willed. For instance, when a man wills to fast for God's sake, because the act of fasting is specifically good from the very fact that it is done for God's sake. Wherefore, since the goodness of the will depends on the goodness of the thing willed, as stated above, Articles 1 and 2, it must of necessity depend on the intention of the end. On the other hand, intention follows the act of the will, when it is added to a preceding act of the will. For instance, a man may will to do something, and may afterwards refer it to God. And then the goodness of the previous act of the will does not depend on the subsequent intention, except in so far as that act is repeated with the subsequent intention. Reply Obj. 1. When the intention is the cause of the act of willing, the order to the end is considered as the reason of the goodness of the object, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2. The act of the will cannot be said to be good if an evil intention is the cause of willing. For when a man wills to give an alms for the sake of vainglory, he wills that which is good in itself, under a species of evil, and therefore as willed by him, it is evil. Wherefore his will is evil. If, however, the intention is subsequent to the act of the will, then the latter may be good, and the intention does not spoil that act of the will which preceded, but that which is repeated. Reply Obj. 3. As we have already stated, Article 6 to 1, evil results from each particular defect, but good from the whole and entire cause. Hence, whether the will tend to what is evil in itself, even under the species of good, or to the good under the species of evil, it will be evil in either case. But in order for the will to be good, it must tend to the good under the species of good. In other words, it must will the good for the sake of the good. Eighth Article, 1-2, Question 19, Article 8. Whether the degree of goodness or malice in the will depends on the degree of good or evil in the intention. Objection 1. It would seem that the degree of goodness in the will depends on the degree of good in the intention, because on Matthew 12:35, a good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is good. A gloss says, a man does as much good as he intends, but the intention gives goodness not only to the external action, but also to the act of the will, as stated above, Article 7. Therefore the goodness of a man's will is according to the goodness of his intention. Objection 2. Further, if you add to the cause, you add to the effect. But the goodness of the intention is the cause of the good will. Therefore a man's will is good according as his intention is good. Objection 3. Further, in evil actions a man sins in proportion to his intention. For if a man were to throw a stone with a murderous intention, he would be guilty of murder. Therefore, for the same reason, in good actions, the will is good in proportion to the good intended. On the contrary, the intention can be good while the will is evil. Therefore, for the same reason, the intention can be better and the will less good. I answer that, in regard to both the act and the intention of the end, we may consider a twofold quantity: one on the part of the object, by reason of a man willing or doing a good that is greater; the other, taken from the intensity of the act, according as a man wills or acts intensely, and this is more on the part of the agent. If then we speak of these respective quantities from the point of view of the object, it is evident that the quantity in the act does not depend on the quantity in the intention. With regard to the external act, this may happen in two ways. First, through the object that is ordained to the intended end not being proportionate to that end. For instance, if a man were to give 10 pounds, he could not realize his intention, if he intended to buy a thing worth 100 pounds. Secondly, on account of the obstacles that may supervene in regard to the exterior action, which obstacles we are unable to remove. For instance, a man intends to go to Rome, and encounters obstacles which prevent him from going. On the other hand, with regard to the interior act of the will, this happens in only one way, because the interior acts of the will are in our power, whereas the external actions are not. But the will can will an object that is not proportionate to the intended end, and thus the will that tends to that object considered absolutely is not so good as the intention. Yet because the intention also belongs, in a way, to the act of the will, inasmuch, to wit, as it is the reason thereof, it comes to pass that the quantity of goodness in the intention redounds upon the act of the will, that is to say, in so far as the will wills some great good for an end, although that by which it wills to gain so great a good is not proportionate to that good. But if we consider the quantity in the intention and in the act, according to their respective intensity, then the intensity of the intention redounds upon the interior act and the exterior act of the will, since the intention stands in relation to them as a kind of form, as is clear from what has been said above, Q. 12, Article 4, Q. 18, Article 6. And yet considered materially, while the intention is intense, the interior or exterior act may not be so intense, materially speaking. For instance, when a man does not will with as much intensity to take medicine as he wills to regain health, nevertheless the very fact of intending health intensely redounds as a formal principle upon the intense volition of medicine. We must observe, however, that the intensity of the interior or exterior act may be referred to the intention as its object, as when a man intends to will intensity or to do something intensely. And yet it does not follow that he wills or acts intensely, because the quantity of goodness in the interior or exterior act does not depend on the quantity of the good intended, as is shown above, and hence it is that a man does not merit as much as he intends to merit, because the quantity of merit is measured by the intensity of the act, as we shall show later on. Q. 20, Article 4, Q. 114, Article 4. Reply Obj. 1. This gloss speaks of good as in the estimation of God, who considers principally the intention of the end. Wherefore another gloss says on the same passage that the treasure of the heart is the intention, according to which God judges our works. For the goodness of the intention, as stated above, redounds, so to speak, upon the goodness of the will, which makes even the external act to be meritorious in God's sight. Reply Obj. 2. The goodness of the intention is not the whole cause of a good will, hence the argument does not prove. Reply Obj. 3. The mere malice of the intention suffices to make the will evil, and therefore too the will is as evil as the intention is evil. But the same reasoning does not apply to goodness, as stated above. 2. Article 9, 1-2, Q. 19, Article 9. Whether the goodness of the will depends on its conformity to the Divine will. Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness of the human will does not depend on its conformity to the Divine will, because it is impossible for man's will to be conformed to the Divine will, as appears from the word of Isaiah 55:9. As the heavens are exalted above the earth, so are my ways exalted above your ways, and my thoughts above your thoughts. If therefore goodness of the will depended on its conformity to the Divine will, it would follow that it is impossible for man's will to be good, which is inadmissible. Obj. 2. Further, just as our wills arise from the Divine will, so does our knowledge flow from the Divine knowledge. But our knowledge does not require to be conformed to God's knowledge, since God knows many things that we know not. Therefore there is no need for our will to be conformed to the Divine will. Obj. 3. Further, the will is a principle of action, but our action cannot be conformed to God's. Therefore neither can our will be conformed to His. On the contrary, it is written, Matthew 26:39, "Not as I will, but as thou wilt," which words He said because He wishes man to be upright and to tend to God, as Augustine expounds in the Enchiridion and narrations in Psalm 32, Sermon 1. But the rectitude of the will is its goodness. Therefore the goodness of the will depends on its conformity to the Divine will. I answer that, as stated above, Article 7, the goodness of the will depends on the intention of the end. Now the last end of the human will is the sovereign good, namely God, as stated above. Question 1, Article 8, Question 3, Article 1. Therefore the goodness of the human will requires it to be ordained to the sovereign good, that is, to God. Now this good is primarily and essentially compared to the divine will as its proper object. Again, that which is first in any genus is the measure and rule of all that belongs to that genus. Moreover, everything attains to rectitude and goodness, in so far as it is in accord with its proper measure. Therefore, in order that man's will be good, it needs to be conformed to the divine will. Reply Obj. 1. The human will cannot be conformed to the will of God so as to equal it, but only so as to imitate it. In like manner, human knowledge is conformed to the divine knowledge, in so far as it knows truth, and human action is conformed to the divine, in so far as it is becoming to the agent, and this by way of imitation, not by way of equality. From the above may be gathered the replies to the second and third objections. 10th Article. 1 to 2. Question 19, Article 10. Whether it is necessary for the human will, in order to be good, to be conformed to the divine will, as regards the thing willed. Objection 1. It would seem that the human will need not always be conformed to the divine will, as regards the thing willed. For we cannot will what we know not, since the apprehended good is the object of the will. But in many things we know not what God wills. Therefore the human will cannot be conformed to the divine will, as to the thing willed. Objection 2. Further, God wills to damn the man whom he foresees about to die in mortal sin. If therefore man were bound to conform his will to the divine will, in the point of the thing willed, it would follow that a man is bound to will his own damnation, which is inadmissible. Objection 3. Further, no one is bound to will what is against filial piety. But if man were to will what God wills, this would sometimes be contrary to filial piety. For instance, when God wills the death of a father, if his son were to will it also, it would be against filial piety. Therefore man is not bound to conform his will to the divine will, as to the thing willed. On the contrary, 1. On Psalms 32:1. Praise becometh the upright. A gloss says, that man has an upright heart who wills what God wills. But everyone is bound to have an upright heart. Therefore everyone is bound to will what God wills. 2. Moreover, the will takes its form from the object, as does every act. If therefore man is bound to conform his will to the divine will, it follows that he is bound to conform it as to the thing willed. 3. Moreover, opposition of wills arises from men willing different things. But whoever has a will in opposition to the divine will has an evil will. Therefore, whoever does not conform his will to the divine will, as to the thing willed, has an evil will. I answer that, as is evident from what has been said above, Articles 3 and 5, the will tends to its object according as it is proposed by the reason. Now a thing may be considered in various ways by the reason, so as to appear good from one point of view, and not good from another point of view. And therefore, if a man's will wills a thing to be according as it appears to be good, his will is good, and the will of another man, who wills that thing not to be according as it appears evil, is also good. Thus a judge has a good will in willing a thief to be put to death, because this is just, while the will of another, e.g. the thief's wife or son, who wishes him not to be put to death, inasmuch as killing is a natural evil, is also good. Now since the will follows the apprehension of the reason or intellect, the more universal the aspect of the apprehended good, the more universal the good to which the will tends. This is evident in the example given above, because the judge has care of the common good, which is justice, and therefore he wishes the thief's death, which has the aspect of good in relation to the common estate, whereas the thief's wife has to consider the private good of the family, and from this point of view she wishes her husband, the thief, not to be put to death. Now the good of the whole universe is that which is apprehended by God, who is the maker and governor of all things. Hence whatever he wills it under the aspect of the common good. This is his own goodness, which is the good of the whole universe. On the other hand, the apprehension of a creature, according to its nature, is of some particular good proportionate to that nature. Now a thing may happen to be good under a particular aspect, and yet not good under a universal aspect, or vice versa, as stated above. And therefore it comes to pass that a certain will is good from willing something considered under a particular aspect, which thing God wills not under a universal aspect, and vice versa. And hence too it is that various wills of various men can be good in respect of opposite things, for as much as under various aspects they wish a particular thing to be or not to be. But a man's will is not right in willing a particular good, unless he refer it to the common good as an end, since even the natural appetite of each part is ordained to the common good of the whole. Now it is the end that supplies the formal reason, as it were, of willing whatever is directed to the end. Consequently, in order that a man will some particular good with a right will, he must will that particular good materially, the divine and universal good formally. Therefore the human will is bound to be conformed to the divine will as to that which is willed formally, for it is bound to will the divine and universal good, but not as to that which is willed materially, for the reason given above. At the same time, in both these respects, the human will is conformed to the divine in a certain degree, because inasmuch as it is conformed to the divine will in the common aspect of the thing willed, it is conformed thereto in the point of the last end, while inasmuch as it is not conformed to the divine will in the thing willed materially, it is conformed to that will considered as efficient cause, since the proper inclination consequent to nature, or to the particular apprehension of some particular thing, comes to a thing from God as its efficient cause. Hence it is customary to say that a man's will in this respect is conformed to the divine will, because it wills what God wishes him to will. There is yet another kind of conformity in respect of the formal cause, consisting in man's willing something from charity as God wills it. And this conformity is also reduced to the formal conformity, that is in respect of the last end, which is the proper object of charity. Reply Obj. 1. We can know in a general way what God wills, for we know that whatever God wills, he wills it under the aspect of good. Consequently, whoever wills a thing under any aspect of good has a will conformed to the divine will, as to the reason of the thing willed. But we know not what God wills in particular, and in this respect we are not bound to conform our will to the divine will. But in the state of glory everyone will see in each thing that he wills the relation of that thing to what God wills in that particular matter. Consequently, he will conform his will to God in all things, not only formally but also materially. Reply Obj. 2. God does not will the damnation of a man, considered precisely as damnation, nor a man's death, considered precisely as death, because he wills all men to be saved. 1 Timothy 2:4. But he wills such things under the aspect of justice. Wherefore, in regard to such things, it suffices for men to will the upholding of God's justice and of the natural order. Wherefore, the reply to the third objection is evident. To the first argument advanced in a contrary sense, it should be said that a man who conforms his will to God's in the aspect of reason of the thing willed, wills what God wills, more than the man who conforms his will to God's in the point of the very thing willed, because the will tends more to the end than to that which is on account of the end. To the second it must be replied that the species and form of an act are taken from the object considered formally, rather than from the object considered materially. To the third it must be said that there is no opposition of wills when several people desire different things, but not under the same aspect. But there is opposition of wills when under one and the same aspect one man wills a thing which another wills not, but there is no question of this here. End of question 19.
Question 19, Part 2 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secunda, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fred Abboud. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secunda, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 19. Of the goodness and malice of the interior act of the will. Part 2. Sixth article. Whether the will is good when it abides by erring reason. Objection 1. It would seem that the will is good when it abides by erring reason. For just as the will, when at variance with the reason, tends to that which reason judges to be evil, so, when in accord with reason, it tends to what reason judges to be good. But the will is evil when it is at variance with reason, even when erring. Therefore, even when it abides by erring reason, the will is good. Objection 2. Further, the will is always good when it abides by the commandment of God and the eternal law. But the eternal law and God's commandment are proposed to us by the apprehension of the reason, even when it errs. Therefore, the will is good even when it abides by erring reason. Objection 3. Further, the will is evil when it is at variance with erring reason. If, therefore, the will is evil also when it abides by erring reason, it seems that the will is always evil when in conjunction with erring reason, so that in such a case a man would be in a dilemma, and, of necessity, would sin, which is unreasonable. Therefore, the will is good when it abides by erring reason. On the contrary, the will of those who slew the apostles was evil, and yet it was in accord with the erring reason, according to John 16, verse 2. The hour cometh, that whosoever killeth you will think that he doth a service to God. Therefore, the will can be evil when it abides by erring reason. I answer that, whereas the previous question is the same as inquiring whether an erring conscience binds, so this question is the same as inquiring whether an erring conscience excuses. Now this question depends on what has been said above about ignorance. For it was said, question 6, article 8, that ignorance sometimes causes an act to be involuntary, and sometimes not. And since moral good and evil consist in action insofar as it is voluntary, as was stated above, article 2, it is evident that when ignorance causes an act to be involuntary, it takes away the character of moral good and evil, but not when it does not cause the act to be involuntary. Again, it has been stated above, question 6, article 8, that when ignorance is in any way willed, either directly or indirectly, it does not cause the act to be involuntary. And I call that ignorance directly voluntary, to which the act of the will tends, and that indirectly voluntary, which is due to negligence, by reason of a man not wishing to know what he ought to know, as stated above. Question 6, Article 8. If then reason or conscience err with an error that is voluntary, either directly or through negligence, so that one errs about what one ought to know, then such an error of reason or conscience does not excuse the will that abides by that erring reason or conscience from being evil. But if the error arises from ignorance of some circumstance, and without any negligence, so that it caused the act to be involuntary, then that error of reason or conscience excuses the will that abides by that erring reason from being evil. For instance, if erring reason tell a man that he should go to another man's wife, the will that abides by that erring reason is evil, since this error arises from ignorance of the divine law, which he is bound to know. But if a man's reason errs in mistaking another for his wife, and if he wish to give her her right when she asks for it, his will is excused from being evil, because this error arises from ignorance of a circumstance, which ignorance excuses, and causes the act to be involuntary. Reply Objection 1. As Dionysius says, Divine Names 4, good results from the entire cause, evil from each particular defect. Consequently, in order that the thing to which the will tends to be called evil, it suffices either that it be evil in itself or that it be apprehended as evil. But in order for it to be good, it must be good in both ways. Reply Objection 2. The eternal law cannot err, but human reason can. Consequently, the will that abides by human reason is not always right, nor is it always in accord with the eternal law. Reply Objection 3. Just as in syllogistic arguments, granted one absurdity, others must needs follow, so in moral matters, given one absurdity, others must follow too. Thus suppose a man to seek vainglory, he will sin, whether he does his duty for vainglory or whether he omit to do it. Nor is he in a dilemma about the matter, because he can put aside his evil intention. In like manner, suppose a man's reason or conscience to err through inexcusable ignorance, then evil must needs result in the will. Nor is this man in a dilemma, because he can lay aside his error, since his ignorance is vincible and voluntary. Seventh Article. Whether the goodness of the will, as regards the means, depends on the intention of the end. Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness of the will does not depend on the intention of the end. For it has been stated above, Article 2, that the goodness of the will depends on the object alone. But as regards the means, the object of the will is one thing, and the end intended is another. Therefore, in such matters, the goodness of the will does not depend on the intention of the end. Objection 2. Further, to wish to keep God's commandment belongs to a good will. But this can be referred to an evil end, for instance, to vainglory or covetousness, by willing to obey God for the sake of temporal gain. Therefore, the goodness of the will does not depend on the intention of the end. Objection 3. Further, just as good and evil diversify the will, so do they diversify the end. But malice of the will does not depend on the malice of the end intended, since a man who wills to steal in order to give alms has an evil will, although he intends a good end. Therefore, Neither does the goodness of the will depend on the goodness of the end intended. On the contrary, Augustine says, Confessions 9:3, that God rewards the intention. But God rewards a thing because it is good. Therefore, the goodness of the will depends on the intention of the end. I answer that the intention may stand in a twofold relation to the act of the will, first, as preceding it, secondly, as following it. The intention precedes the act of the will casually, when we will something because we intend a certain end. And then the order to the end is considered as the reason of the goodness of the thing willed. For instance, when a man wills to fast for God's sake, because the act of fasting is specifically good from the very fact that it is done for God's sake. Wherefore, since the goodness of the will depends on the goodness of the thing willed, as stated above, Articles 1 and 2, it must, of necessity, depend on the intention of the end. On the other hand, intention follows the act of the will when it is added to a preceding act of the will. For instance, a man may will to do something and may afterwards refer it to God. And then the goodness of the previous act of the will does not depend on the subsequent intention, except insofar as that act is repeated with the subsequent intention. Reply Objection 1. When the intention is the cause of the act of willing, the order to the end is considered as the reason of the goodness of the object, as stated above. Reply Objection 2. The act of the will cannot be said to be good if an evil intention is the cause of willing. For when a man wills to give an alms for the sake of vainglory, he wills that which is good in itself under a species of evil, and therefore, as willed by him, it is evil. Wherefore, his will is evil. If, however, the intention is subsequent to the act of the will, then the latter may be good, and the intention does not spoil that act of the will which preceded, but that which is repeated. Reply Objection 3. As we have already stated, Article 6, Ad 1, evil results from each particular defect, but good from the whole and entire cause. Hence, whether the will tend to what is evil in itself, even under the species of good, or to the good under the species of evil, it will be evil in either case. But in order for the will to be good, it must tend to the good under the species of good. In other words, it must will the good for the sake of the good. Eighth Article. Whether the degree of goodness or malice in the will depends on the degree of good or evil in the intention. Objection 1. It would seem that the degree of goodness in the will depends on the degree of good in the intention, because on Matthew 12, verse 35, a good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is good. A gloss says, a man does as much good as he intends. But the intention gives goodness not only to the external action, but also to the act of the will, as stated above, Article 7. Therefore, the goodness of a man's will is according to the goodness of his intention. Objection 2. Further, if you add to the cause, you add to the effect. But the goodness of the intention is the cause of the good will. Therefore, a man's will is good according as his intention is good. Objection 3. Further, in evil actions, a man sins in proportion to his intention. For if a man were to throw a stone with a murderous intention, he would be guilty of murder. Therefore, for the same reason, in good actions, the will is good in proportion to the good intended. On the contrary, the intention can be good while the will is evil. Therefore, for the same reason, the intention can be better and the will less good. I answer that, in regard to both the act and the intention of the end, we may consider a twofold quantity: one, on the part of the object, by reason of a man willing or doing a good that is greater; the other, taken from the intensity of the act, according as a man wills or acts intensely, and this is more on the part of the agent. If then we speak of these respective quantities from the point of view of the object, it is evident that the quantity in the act does not depend on the quantity in the intention. With regard to the external act, this may happen in two ways. First, through the object that is ordained to the intended end not being proportionate to that end. For instance, if a man were to give 10 pounds, he could not realize his intention if he intended to buy a thing worth 100 pounds. Secondly, on account of the obstacles that may supervene in regard to the exterior action, which obstacles we are unable to remove. For instance, a man intends to go to Rome and encounters obstacles which prevent him from going. On the other hand, with regard to the interior act of the will, this happens in only one way, because the interior acts of the will are in our power, whereas the external actions are not. But the will can will an object that is not proportionate to the intended end, and thus the will that tends to that object considered absolutely is not so good as the intention. Yet because the intention also belongs in a way to the act of the will, inasmuch to it as it is the reason thereof, it comes to pass that the quantity of goodness in the intention redounds upon the act of the will. That is to say, insofar as the will wills some great good for an end, although that by which it wills to gain so great a good is not proportionate to that good. But if we consider the quantity in the intention and in the act, according to their respective intensity, then the intensity of the intention redounds upon the interior act and the exterior act of the will, since the intention stands in relation to them as a kind of form, as is clear from what has been said above. Question 12, Article 4. Question 18, Article 6. And yet considered materially, while the intention is intense, the interior or exterior act may not be so intense, materially speaking. For instance, when a man does not will with as much intensity to take medicine as he wills to regain health. Nevertheless, the very fact of intending health intensely redounds, as a formal principle, upon the intense volition of medicine. We must observe, however, that the intensity of the interior or exterior act may be referred to the intention as its object, as when a man intends to will intensely or to do something intensely. And yet it does not follow that he wills or acts intensely, because the quantity of goodness in the interior or exterior act does not depend on the quantity of the good intended, as is shown above. And hence it is that a man does not merit as much as he intends to merit, because the quantity of merit is measured by the intensity of the act, as we shall show later on. Question 20, Article 4. Question 114, Article 4. Reply Objection 1. This clause speaks of good as in the estimation of God, who considers principally the intention of the end. Wherefore another gloss says on the same passage that the treasure of the heart is the intention, according to which God judges our works. For the goodness of the intention, as stated above, redounds, so to speak, upon the goodness of the will, which makes even the external act to be meritorious in God's sight. Reply Objection 2. The goodness of the intention is not the whole cause of a good will. Hence, the argument does not prove. Reply Objection 3. The mere malice of the intention suffices to make the will evil, and therefore, too, the will is as evil as the intention is evil. But the same reasoning does not apply to goodness, as stated above. Odd 2. Ninth Article. Whether the goodness of the will depends on its conformity to the divine will. Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness of the human will does not depend on its conformity to the divine will. Because it is impossible for man's will to be conformed to the divine will, as appears from the word of Isaiah 55, verse 9. As the heavens are exalted above the earth, so are my ways exalted above your ways, and my thoughts above your thoughts. If therefore goodness of the will depended on its conformity to the divine will, it would follow that it is impossible for man's will to be good, which is inadmissible. Objection 2. Further, just as our wills arise from the divine will, so does our knowledge flow from the divine knowledge. But our knowledge does not require to be conformed to God's knowledge, since God knows many things that we know not. Therefore, there is no need for our will to be conformed to the divine will. Objection 3. Further, the will is a principle of action, but our action cannot be conformed to God's. Therefore, neither can our will be conformed to His. On the contrary, it is written, Matthew 26, verse 39, "Not as I will, but as thou wilt." Which words he said because he wishes man to be upright and to tend to God, as Augustine expounds in the Enchiridion, Narrations on the Psalms 32, Sermon 1. But the rectitude of the will is its goodness. Therefore, the goodness of the will depends on its conformity to the divine will. I answer that, as stated above, Article 7, the goodness of the will depends on the intention of the end. Now the last end of the human will is the sovereign good, namely God, as stated above. Question 1, Article 8. Question 3, Article 1. Therefore, the goodness of the human will requires it to be ordained to the sovereign good, that is, to God. Now this good is primarily and essentially compared to the divine will, as its proper object. Again, that which is first in any genus is the measure and rule of all that belongs to that genus. Moreover, everything attains to rectitude and goodness, insofar as it is in accord with its proper measure. Therefore, in order that man's will be good, it needs to be conformed to the divine will. Reply Objection 1. The human will cannot be conformed to the will of God so as to equal it, but only so as to imitate it. In like manner, human knowledge is conformed to the divine knowledge, insofar as it knows truth, and human action is conformed to the divine, insofar as it is becoming to the agent. And this by way of imitation, not by way of equality. From the above may be gathered the replies to the second and third objections. 10th Article. Whether it is necessary for the human will, in order to be good, to be conformed to the divine will, as regards the thing willed. Objection 1. It would seem that the human will need not always be conformed to the divine will as regards the thing willed. For we cannot will what we know not, since the apprehended good is the object of the will. But in many things we know not what God wills. Therefore, the human will cannot be conformed to the divine will as to the thing willed. Objection 2. Further, God wills to damn the man whom he foresees about to die in mortal sin. If therefore man were bound to conform his will to the divine will, in the point of the thing willed, it would follow that a man is bound to will his own damnation, which is inadmissible. Objection 3. Further, no one is bound to will what is against filial piety. But if a man were to will what God wills, this would sometimes be contrary to filial piety. For instance, when God wills the death of a father, if his son were to will it also, it would be against filial piety. Therefore, man is not bound to conform his will to the divine will, as to the thing willed. On the contrary, 1. On Psalm 32, verse 1, "Praise becometh the upright," a gloss says, "that man has an upright heart, who wills what God wills." But everyone is bound to have an upright heart. Therefore, everyone is bound to will what God wills. 2. Moreover, the will takes its form from the object, as does every act. If therefore man is bound to conform his will to the divine will, it follows that he is bound to conform it as to the thing willed. 3. Moreover, opposition of wills arises from men willing different things. But whoever has a will in opposition to the divine will has an evil will. Therefore, whoever does not conform his will to the divine will as to the thing willed has an evil will. I answer that, as is evident from what has been said above, Articles 3 and 5, the will tends to its object according as it is proposed by the reason. Now a thing may be considered in various ways by the reason, so as to appear good from one point of view, and not good from another point of view. And therefore, if a man's will wills a thing to be, according as it appears to be good, his will is good. And the will of another man, who wills that thing not to be, according as it appears evil, is also good. Thus, a judge has a good will in willing a thief to be put to death, because this is just, while the will of another, e.g., the thief's wife or son, who wishes him not to be put to death, inasmuch as killing is a natural evil, is also good. Now, since the will follows the apprehension of the reason or intellect, the more universal the aspect of the apprehended good, the more universal the good to which the will tends. This is evident in the example given above. Because the judge has care of the common good, which is justice, and therefore he wishes the thief's death, which has the aspect of good in relation to the common estate. Whereas the thief's wife has to consider the private good of the family, and from this point of view, she wishes her husband, the thief, not to be put to death. Now the good of the whole universe is that which is apprehended by God, who is the maker and governor of all things. Hence, whatever he wills it under the aspect of the common good. This is his own goodness, which is the good of the whole universe. On the other hand, the apprehension of a creature according to its nature is of some particular good, proportionate to that nature. Now, a thing may happen to be good under a particular aspect, and yet not good under a universal aspect, or vice versa, as stated above. And therefore, it comes to pass that a certain will is good from willing something considered under a particular aspect, which thing God wills not, under a universal aspect, and vice versa. And hence too it is, that various wills of various men can be good in respect of opposite things, for as much as, under various aspects, they wish a particular thing to be or not to be. But a man's will is not right in willing a particular good, unless he refer it to the common good as an end, since even the natural appetite of each part is ordained to the common good of the whole. Now it is the end that supplies the formal reason, as it were, of willing whatever is directed to the end. Consequently, in order that a man will some particular good with a right will, he must will that particular good materially, and the divine and universal good formally. Therefore, the human will is bound to be conformed to the divine will, as to that which is willed formally, for it is bound to will the divine and universal good, but not as to that which is willed materially, for the reason given above. At the same time, in both these respects, the human will is conformed to the divine in a certain degree. Because inasmuch as it is conformed to the divine will in the common aspect of the thing willed, it is conformed thereto in the point of the last end. While inasmuch as it is not conformed to the divine will in the thing willed materially, it is conformed to that will considered as efficient cause, since the proper inclination consequent to nature, or to the particular apprehension of some particular thing, comes to a thing from God as its efficient cause. Hence, it is customary to say that a man's will, in this respect, is conformed to the divine will, because it wills what God wishes him to will. There is yet another kind of conformity in respect of the formal cause, consisting in man's willing something from charity, as God wills it. And this conformity is also reduced to the formal conformity, that is, in respect of the last end, which is the proper object of charity. Reply Objection 1. We can know in a general way what God wills, for we know that whatever God wills, he wills it under the aspect of good. Consequently, whoever wills a thing under any aspect of good has a will conformed to the divine will, as to the reason of the thing willed. But we know not what God wills in particular, and in this respect we are not bound to conform our will to the divine will. But in the state of glory, everyone will see in each thing that he wills the relation of that thing to what God wills in that particular matter. Consequently, he will conform his will to God in all things, not only formally, but also materially. Reply Objection 2. God does not will the damnation of a man, considered precisely as damnation, nor a man's death, considered precisely as death, because he wills all men to be saved. 1 Timothy 2, verse 4. But he wills such things under the aspect of justice. Wherefore, in regard to such things, it suffices for man to will the upholding of God's justice and of the natural order. Wherefore, the reply to the third objection is evident. To the first argument advanced in a contrary sense, it should be said that a man who conforms his will to God's in the aspect of reason of the thing willed, wills what God wills, more than the man who conforms his will to God's in the point of the very thing willed, because the will tends more to the end than to that which is on account of the end. To the second, it must be replied that the species and form of an act are taken from the object considered formally, rather than from the object considered materially. To the third, it must be said that there is no opposition of wills when several people desire different things, but not under the same aspect. But there is opposition of wills when under one and the same aspect one man wills a thing which another wills not. But there is no question of this here. End of question 19, part 2.
Question 20 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican province. Question 20 of goodness and malice in external human actions, in 6 articles. We must next consider goodness and malice as to external actions, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. 1. Whether goodness and malice is first in the act of the will or in the external action. 2. Whether the whole goodness or malice of the external action depends on the goodness of the will. 3. Whether the goodness and malice of the interior act are the same as those of the external action. 4. Whether the external action adds any goodness or malice to that of the interior act. 5. Whether the consequences of an external action increase its goodness or malice. 6. Whether one and the same external action can be both good and evil. First article. Whether goodness or malice is first in the action of the will or in the external action? Objection 1. It would seem that good and evil are in the external action prior to being in the act of the will. For the will derives goodness from its object, as stated above. Question 19, Articles 1, 2. But the external action is the object of the interior act of the will. For a man is said to will to commit a theft, or to will to give an alms. Therefore, good and evil are in the external action prior to being in the act of the will. Objection 2. Further, the aspect of good belongs first to the end, since what is directed to the end receives the aspect of good from its relation to the end. Now, whereas the act of the will cannot be an end, as stated above, question 1, Articles 1 to 2, the act of another power can be an end. Therefore, good is in the act of some other power prior to being in the act of the will. Objection 3. Further, the act of the will stands in a formal relation to the external action, as stated above, question 18, Article 6. But that which is formal is subsequent, since form is something added to matter. Therefore, good and evil are in the external action prior to being in the act of the will. On the contrary, Augustine says, Retractions 1:9, that, quote, "It is by the will that we sin, and that we behave aright," end quote. Therefore, moral good and evil are first in the will. I answer that external actions may be said to be good or bad in 2 ways. First, in regard to their genus, and the circumstances connected with them, thus giving of alms, if the required conditions be observed, is said to be good. Secondly, a thing is said to be good or evil from its relation to the end. Thus the giving of alms for vainglory is said to be evil. Now, since the end is the will's proper object, it is evident that this aspect of good or evil, which the external action derives from its relation to the end, is to be found first of all in the act of the will, whence it passes to the external action. On the other hand, the goodness or malice which the external action has of itself, on account of its being about due matter, and its being attended by due circumstances, is not derived from the will, but rather from the reason. Consequently, if we consider the goodness of the external action, in so far as it comes from reason's ordination and apprehension, it is prior to the goodness of the act of the will. But if we consider it in so far as it is in the execution of the action done, it is subsequent to the goodness of the will, which is its principle. Reply Obj. 1. The exterior action is the object of the will, inasmuch as it is proposed to the will by the reason, as good apprehended and ordained by the reason, and thus it is prior to the good in the act of the will. But inasmuch as it is found in the execution of the action, it is an effect of the will, and is subsequent to the will. Reply Obj. 2. The end precedes in the order of intention, but follows in the order of execution. Reply Obj. 3. A form as received into matter is subsequent to matter in the order of generation, although it precedes it in the order of nature. But inasmuch as it is in the active cause, it precedes in every way. Now the will is compared to the exterior action as its efficient cause. Wherefore the goodness of the act of the will, as existing in the active cause, is the form of the exterior action. Second article. Whether the whole goodness and malice of the external action depends on the goodness of the will? Objection 1. It would seem that the whole goodness and malice of the external action depend on the goodness of the will. For it is written, Matthew 7:18, quote, "A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can an evil tree bring forth good fruit." End quote. But according to the gloss, the tree signifies the will, and fruit signifies works. Therefore it is impossible for the interior act of the will to be good, and the external action evil, or vice versa. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says, Retractions 1:9, that there is no sin without the will. If therefore there is no sin in the will, there will be none in the external action. And so the whole goodness or malice of the external action depends on the will. Obj. 3. Further, the good and evil of which we are speaking now are differences of the moral act. Now differences make an essential division in a genus, according to the Philosopher Metaphysics 7:12. Since therefore an act is moral from being voluntary, it seems that goodness and malice in an act are derived from the will alone. On the contrary, Augustine says on Lying and Against Lying 7, that quote, "There are some actions which neither a good end nor a good will can make good." End quote. I answer that, as stated above, Article 1, we may consider a twofold goodness or malice in the external action, one in respect of due matter and circumstances, the other in respect of the order to the end. and that which is in respect of the order to the end depends entirely on the will, while that which is in respect of due matter or circumstances depends on the reason, and on this goodness depends the goodness of the will, insofar as the will tends toward it. Now it must be observed, as was noted above, question 19, Article 6 to 1, that for a thing to be evil, one single defect suffices, whereas for it to be good simply, it is not enough for it to be good in one point only, it must be good in every respect. If, therefore, the will be good, both from its proper object and from its end, it follows that the external action is good. But if the will be good from its intention of the end, this is not enough to make the external action good. And if the will be evil, either by reason of its intention of the end, or by reason of the act willed, it follows that the external action is evil. Reply Obj. 1. If the good tree be taken to signify the good will, it must be insofar as the will derives goodness from the act willed and from the end intended. Reply Obj. 2. A man sins by his will, not only when he wills an evil end, but also when he wills an evil act. Reply Obj. 3. Voluntariness applies not only to the interior act of the will, but also to external actions, inasmuch as they proceed from the will and the reason. Consequently, the difference of good and evil is applicable to both the interior and external act. Third article. Whether the goodness and malice of the external action are the same as those of the interior act? Objection 1. It would seem that the goodness and malice of the interior act of the will are not the same as those of the external action. For the principle of the interior act is the interior apprehensive or appetitive power of the soul, whereas the principle of the external action is the power that accomplishes the movement. Now, where the principles of action are different, the actions themselves are different. Moreover, it is the action which is the subject of goodness or malice, and the same accident cannot be in different subjects. Therefore, the goodness of the interior act cannot be the same as that of the external action. Objection 2. Further, a virtue makes that which has it good, and renders its action good also. Ethics 2:6. But the intellective virtue in the commanding power is distinct from the moral virtue in the power commanded, as is declared in Ethics 1:13. Therefore, the goodness of the interior act, which belongs to the commanding power, is distinct from the goodness of the external action, which belongs to the power commanded. Objection 3. Further, the same thing cannot be cause and effect, since nothing is its own cause. But the goodness of the interior act is the cause of the goodness of the external action, or vice versa, as stated above, Articles 1, 2. Therefore, it is not the same goodness in each. On the contrary, it was shown above, question 18, Article 6, that the act of the will is the form, as it were, of the external action. Now, that which results from the material and formal element is one thing. Therefore, there is but one goodness of the internal and external act. I answer that, as stated above, question 17, Article 4, the interior act of the will and the external action, considered morally, are one act. Now, it happens sometimes that one and the same individual act has several aspects of goodness or malice, and sometimes that it has but one. Hence we must say that sometimes the goodness or malice of the interior act is the same as that of the external action, and sometimes not. For, as we have already said, Articles 1, 2, these two goodnesses or malices of the internal and external acts are ordained to one another. Now it may happen in things that are subordinate to something else, that a thing is good merely from being subordinate. Thus, a bitter draught is good merely because it procures health. Wherefore, there are not two goodnesses, one the goodness of health, and the other the goodness of the draught, but one and the same. On the other hand, it happens sometimes that that which is subordinate to something else has some aspect of goodness in itself, besides the fact of its being subordinate to some other good. Thus, a palatable medicine can be considered in the light of a pleasurable good, besides being conducive to health. We must therefore say that when the external action derives goodness or malice from its relation to the end only, then there is but one and the same goodness of the act of the will, which of itself regards the end, and of the external action, which regards the end through the medium of the act of the will. But when the external action has goodness or malice of itself, i.e., in regard to its matter and circumstances, then the goodness of the external action is distinct from the goodness of the will in regarding the end. Yet, so that the goodness of the end passes into the external action, and the goodness of the matter and circumstances passes into the act of the will, as stated above, Articles 1, 2. Reply Obj. 1. This argument proves that the internal and external actions are different in the physical order, yet distinct as they are in that respect, they combine to form one thing in the moral order, as stated above, Question 17, Article 4. Reply Obj. 2. As stated in Ethics 6, 12, a moral virtue is ordained to the act of that virtue, which act is the end, as it were, of that virtue, whereas prudence, which is in the reason, is ordained to things directed to the end. For this reason, various virtues are necessary, but right reason, in regard to the very end of a virtue, has no other goodness than the goodness of that virtue, insofar as the goodness of the reason is participated in each virtue. Reply Obj. 3. When a thing is derived by one thing from another, as from a univocal efficient cause, then it is not the same in both. Thus, when a hot thing heats, the heat of the heater is distinct from the heat of the thing heated, although it be the same specifically. But when a thing is derived from one thing from another, according to analogy or proportion, then it is one and the same in both. Thus, the healthiness which is in medicine or urine is derived from the healthiness of the animal's body. Nor is health, as applied to urine and medicine, distinct from health as applied to the body of an animal, of which health medicine is the cause, and urine the sign. It is in this way that the goodness of the external action is derived from the goodness of the will, and vice versa, viz., according to the order of one to the other. Fourth Article. Whether the external action adds any goodness or malice to that of the interior act? Objection 1. It would seem that the external action does not add any goodness or malice to that of the interior action. For Chrysostom says, Homily 9 on Matthew, quote, "It is the will that is rewarded for doing good, or punished for doing evil." End quote. Now works are the witnesses of the will. Therefore God seeks for works not on his own account, in order to know how to judge, but for the sake of others, that all may understand how just he is. But good or evil is to be estimated according to God's judgment rather than according to the judgment of man. Therefore the external action adds no goodness or malice to that of the interior act. Objection 2. Further, the goodness and malice of the interior and external acts are one and the same, as stated above, Article 3. But increase is the addition of one thing to another. Therefore, the external action does not add to the goodness or malice of the interior act. Objection 3. Further, the entire goodness of created things does not add to the divine goodness, because it is entirely derived therefrom. But sometimes the entire goodness of the external action is derived from the goodness of the interior act, and sometimes conversely, as stated above, Articles 1, 2. Therefore, neither of them adds to the goodness or malice of the other. On the contrary, every agent intends to attain good and avoid evil. It is therefore by the external action no further goodness or malice be added. It is to no purpose that he who has a good or an evil will does a good deed or refrains from an evil deed, which is unreasonable. I answer that, if we speak of the goodness which the external action derives from the will tending to the end, then the external action adds nothing to this goodness, unless it happens that the will in itself is made better in good things or worse in evil things. This seemingly may happen in 3 ways. First, in point of number. If, for instance, a man wishes to do something with a good or an evil end in view, and does not do it then, but afterwards wills and does it, the act of his will is doubled, and a double good or a double evil is the result. Secondly, in point of extension, when, for instance, a man wishes to do something for a good or an evil end, and is hindered by some obstacle, whereas another man perseveres in the movement of the will until he accomplish it indeed, it is evident that the will of the latter is more lasting in good or evil, and in this respect is better or worse. Thirdly, in a point of intensity, for there are certain external actions which, insofar as they are pleasurable or painful, are such as naturally to make the will more intense or more remiss, and it is evident that the more intensely the will tends to good or evil, the better or worse it is. On the other hand, if we speak of the goodness which the external action derives from its matter and due circumstances, thus it stands in relation to the will as its term and end. And in this way it adds to the goodness or malice of the will, because every inclination or movement is perfected by attaining its end or reaching its term. Wherefore the will is not perfect, unless it be such that, given the opportunity, it realizes the operation. But if this prove impossible, as long as the will is perfect, so as to realize the operation if it could, the lack of perfection derived from the external action is simply involuntary. Now, just as the involuntary deserves neither punishment nor reward in the accomplishment of good or evil deeds, so neither does it lessen reward or punishment if a man, through simple involuntariness, fails to do good or evil. Reply Obj. 1. Chrysostom is speaking of the case where a man's will is complete and does not refrain from the deed save through the impossibility of achievement. Reply Obj. 2. This argument applies to that goodness which the external action derives from the will as tending to the end. But the goodness which the external action takes from its matter and circumstances is distinct from that which it derives from the end, but is not distinct from that which it has from the very act willed, to which it stands in the relation of measure and cause, as stated above, Articles 1, 2. From this, the reply to the third objection is evident. Fifth Article. Whether the consequences of the external action increase its goodness or malice? Objection 1. It would seem that the consequences of the external action increase its goodness or malice. For the effect pre-exists virtually in its cause, but the consequences result from the action as an effect from its cause. Therefore they pre-exist virtually in actions. Now a thing is judged to be good or bad according to its virtue, since a virtue, "makes that which has it to be good," Ethics 2:6. Therefore the consequences increase the goodness or malice of an action. Objection 2. Further, the good actions of his hearers are consequences resulting from the words of a preacher. But such goods as these redound to the merit of the preacher, as is evident from Philippians 4, verse 1. "My dearly beloved brethren, my joy and my crown." Therefore the consequences of an action increase its goodness or malice. Objection 3. Further, punishment is not increased unless the fault increases. Wherefore it is written, Deuteronomy 25, verse 2, "According to the measure of the sin shall the measure also of the stripes be." But the punishment is increased on account of the consequences. For it is written, Exodus 21, verse 29, "But if the ox was wont to push with his horn yesterday and the day before, and they warned his master, and he did not shut him up, and he shall kill a man or a woman, then the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death." But he would not have been put to death if the ox, although he had not been shut up, had not killed a man. Therefore the consequences increase the goodness or malice of an action. Objection 4. Further, if a man do something which may cause death, by striking or by sentencing, and if death does not ensue, he does not contract irregularity, but he would if death were to ensue. Therefore the consequence of an action increase its goodness or malice. On the contrary, the consequences do not make an action that was evil to be good, nor one that was good to be evil. For instance, if a man give an alms to a poor man who makes bad use of the alms by committing a sin, this does not undo the good done by the giver. And in like manner, if a man bear patiently a wrong done to him, the wrongdoer is not thereby excused. Therefore, the consequences of an action does not increase its goodness or malice. I answer that the consequences of an action are either foreseen or not. If they are foreseen, it is evident that they increase the goodness or malice. For when a man foresees that many evils may follow from his action, and yet does not therefore desist therefrom, this shows his will to be all the more inordinate. But if the consequences are not foreseen, we must make a distinction. Because if they follow from the nature of the action, and in the majority of cases, in this respect the consequences increase the goodness or malice of that action. For it is evident that an action is specifically better if better results can follow from it, and specifically worse if it is of a nature to produce worse results. On the other hand, if the consequences follow by accident, and seldom, then they do not increase the goodness or malice of the action, because we do not judge of a thing according to that which belongs to it by accident, but only according to that which belongs to it of itself. Reply Obj. 1. The virtue of a cause is measured by the effect that flows from the nature of the cause, not by that which results by accident. Reply Obj. 2. The good actions done by the hearers result from the preacher's words, as an effect that flows from their very nature. Hence they redound to the merit of the preacher, especially when such is his intention. Reply Obj. 3. The consequences for which that man is ordered to be punished, both follow from the nature of the cause, and are supposed to be foreseen. For this reason they are reckoned as punishable. Reply Obj. 4. This argument would prove if irregularity were the result of the fault. But it is not the result of the fault, but of the fact, and of the obstacle to the reception of a sacrament. Sixth Article. Whether one and the same external action can be both good and evil? Objection 1. It would seem that one and the same external action can be both good and evil. For, movement, if continuous, is one and the same, Physics 5:4. But one continuous movement can be both good and bad. For instance, a man may go to church continuously, intending at first vainglory, and afterwards the service of God. Therefore, one and the same action can be both good and bad. Objection 2. Further, according to the Philosopher, Physics 3:3, action and passion are one act, but the passion may be good, as Christ's was, and the action evil, as that of the Jews. Therefore, one and the same act can be both good and evil. Objection 3. Further, since a servant is an instrument, as it were, of his master, the servant's action is his master's, just as the action of a tool is the workman's action. But it may happen that the servant's action result from his master's good will, and is therefore good, and from the evil will of the servant, and is therefore evil. Therefore the same action can be both good and evil. On the contrary, the same thing cannot be the subject of contraries. But good and evil are contraries. Therefore the same action cannot be both good and evil. I answer that nothing hinders a thing from being one, insofar as it is in one genus, and manifold, insofar as it is referred to another genus. Thus a continuous surface is one, considered as in the genus of quantity, and yet it is manifold, considered as to the genus of color, if it be partly white and partly black. And accordingly nothing hinders an action from being one, considered in the natural order, whereas it is not one, considered in the moral order, and vice versa, as we have stated above. Article 3 to 1, Question 18, Article 7 to 1. For continuous walking is one action, considered in the natural order, but it may resolve itself into many actions, considered in the moral order, if a change take place in the walker's will. For the will is the principle of moral actions. If, therefore, we consider one action in the moral order, it is impossible for it to be morally both good and evil. Whereas, if it be one as to the natural and not moral unity, it can be both good and evil. Reply Obj. 1. This continual movement, which proceeds from various intentions, although it is one in the natural order, is not one in the point of moral unity. Reply Obj. 2. Action and passion belong to the moral order, insofar as they are voluntary, and therefore, insofar as they are voluntary in respect of wills that differ, they are two distinct things, and good can be in one of them while evil is in the other. Reply Obj. 3. The action of the servant, insofar as it proceeds from the will of the servant, is not the master's action, but only insofar as it proceeds from the master's command. Wherefore the evil will of the servant does not make the action evil in this respect. End of question 20. Question 21 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican province. Question 21. Of the consequences of human actions by reason of their goodness and malice, in 4 articles. We have now to consider the consequences of human actions by reason of their goodness and malice, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether a human action is right or sinful by reason of its being good or evil. 2. Whether it thereby deserves praise or blame. 3. Whether accordingly it is meritorious or demeritorious. 4. Whether it is accordingly meritorious or demeritorious before God. First article. Whether a human action is right or sinful, insofar as it is good or evil. Objection 1. It seems that a human action is not right or sinful, insofar as it is good or evil. For, quote, monsters are the sins of nature, end quote, Physics 2:8. But monsters are not actions, but things engendered outside the order of nature. Now things that are produced according to art and reason imitate those that are produced according to nature, Physics 2:8. Therefore, an action is not sinful by reason of its being inordinate and evil. Objection 2. Further, sin, as stated in Physics 2:8, occurs in nature and art when the end intended by nature or art is not attained. But the goodness or malice of a human action depends, before all, on the intention of the end and on its achievement. Therefore, it seems that the malice of an action does not make it sinful. Objection 3. Further, if the malice of an action makes it sinful, it follows that wherever there is evil, there is sin. But this is false, since punishment is not a sin, although it is an evil. Therefore, an action is not sinful by reason of its being evil. On the contrary, as shown above, question 19, article 4, the goodness of a human action depends principally on the eternal law, and consequently its malice consists in its being in disaccord with the eternal law. But this is the very nature of sin, for Augustine says, against Faustus, a Manichae, 22:27, that, quote, sin is a word, deed, or desire in opposition to the eternal law, end quote. Therefore, a human action is sinful by reason of its being evil. I answer that evil is more comprehensive than sin, as also is good than right. For every privation of good, in whatever subject, is an evil, whereas sin consists properly in an action done for a certain end, and lacking due order to that end. Now the due order to an end is measured by some rule. In things that act according to nature, this rule is the natural force that inclines them to that end. When, therefore, an action proceeds from a natural force, in accord with the natural inclination to an end, then the action is said to be right, since the mean does not exceed its limits, viz., the action does not swerve from the order of its active principle to the end. But when an action strays from this rectitude, it comes under the notion of sin. Now, in those things that are done by the will, the proximate rule is the human reason, while the supreme rule is the eternal law. When, therefore, a human action tends to the end, according to the order of reason and of the eternal law, then that action is right. But when it turns aside from that rectitude, then it is said to be a sin. Now it is evident from what has been said, question 19, articles 3, 4, that every voluntary action that turns aside from the order of reason and of the eternal law is evil, and that every good action is in accord with reason and the eternal law. Hence, it follows that a human action is right or sinful by reason of its being good or evil. Reply Objection 1. Monsters are called sins, inasmuch as they result from a sin in nature's action. Reply Objection 2. The end is twofold, the last end and the proximate end. In the sin of nature, the action does indeed fail in respect of the last end, which is the perfection of the thing generated, but it does not fail in respect of any proximate end whatever, since when nature works, it forms something. In like manner, the sin of the will always fail as regards the last end intended, because no voluntary evil action can be ordained to happiness, which is the last end, and yet it does not fail in respect of some proximate end, intended and achieved by the will. Wherefore also, since the very intention of this end is ordained to the last end, this same intention may be right or sinful. Reply Objection 3. Each thing is ordained to its end by its action, and therefore sin, which consists in straying from the order to the end, consists properly in an action. On the other hand, punishment regards the person of the sinner, as was stated in the first part, question 48, articles 5 to 4, article 6 to 3. Second article. Whether a human action deserves praise or blame by reason of its being good or evil? Objection 1. It would seem that a human action does not deserve praise or blame by reason of its being good or evil. For, quote, sin happens even in things done by nature, end quote, Physics 2:8. And yet natural things are not deserving of praise or blame, Ethics 3:5. Therefore, a human action does not deserve blame by reason of it being evil or sinful, and, consequently, neither does it deserve praise by reason of it being good. Objection 2. Further, just as sin occurs in moral actions, so does it happen in the productions of art, because, as stated in Physics 2:8, quote, it is a sin in a grammarian to write badly, and in a doctor to give the wrong medicine, end quote. But the artist is not blamed for making something bad, because the artist's work is such that he can produce a good or a bad thing, just as he lists. Therefore, it seems that neither is there any reason for blaming a moral action in the fact that it is evil. Objection 3. Further, Dionysius says, Divine Names 4, that evil is, quote, weak and incapable, end quote. But weakness or inability either takes away or diminishes guilt. Therefore, a human action does not incur guilt from being evil. On the contrary, the philosopher says, on the Virtues and Vices 1, that, quote, virtuous deeds deserve praise, while deeds that are opposed to virtue deserve censure and blame, end quote. But good actions are virtuous, because, quote, virtue makes that which has it good, and makes its action good, end quote. Ethics 2:6. Wherefore actions opposed to virtue are evil. Therefore a human action deserves praise or blame through being good or evil. I answer that, just as evil is more comprehensive than sin, so is sin more comprehensive than blame. For an action is said to deserve praise or blame from its being imputed to the agent, since to praise or to blame means nothing else than to impute to someone the malice or goodness of his action. Now an action is imputed to an agent when it is in his power, so that he has dominion over it, because it is through his will that man has dominion over his actions, as was made clear above. Question 1, Articles 1, 2. Hence it follows that good or evil, in voluntary actions alone, renders them worthy of praise or blame, and in such like actions, evil, sin, and guilt are one and the same thing. Reply obj. 1. Natural actions are not in the power of the natural agent, since the action of nature is determinate. And therefore, although there be sin in natural actions, there is no blame. Reply obj. 2. Reason stands in different relations to the productions of art and to moral actions. In matters of art, reason is directed to a particular end, which is something devised by reason, whereas in moral matters it is directed to the general end of all human life. Now a particular end is subordinate to the general end. Since therefore sin is a departure from the order to the end, as stated above, Article 1, sin may occur in two ways in a production of art. First, by a departure from the particular end intended by the artist, and this sin will be proper to the art. For instance, if an artist produce a bad thing while intending to produce something good, or produce something good while intending to produce something bad. Secondly, by a departure from the general end of human life. And then he will be said to sin, if he intend to produce a bad work and does so in effect, so that another is taken in thereby. But this sin is not proper to the artist as such, but as man. Consequently, for the former sin the artist is blamed as an artist, while for the latter he is blamed as a man. On the other hand, in moral matters, where we take into consideration the order of reason to the general end of human life, sin and evil are always due to a departure from the order of reason to the general end of human life. Wherefore man is blamed for such a sin, both as man and as a moral being. Hence the Philosopher says, Ethics 6:5, that, quote, in art, he who sins voluntarily is preferable, but in prudence, as in the moral virtues, end quote, which prudence directs, quote, he is the reverse, end quote. Reply obj. 3. Weakness that occurs in voluntary evils is subject to man's power, wherefore it neither takes away nor diminishes guilt. Third article. Whether a human action is meritorious or demeritorious, insofar as it is good or evil. Objection 1. It would seem that a human action is not meritorious or demeritorious on account of its goodness or malice. For we speak of merit or demerit in relation to retribution, which has no place save in matters relating to another person. But good or evil actions are not all related to another person, for some are related to the person of the agent. Therefore, not every good or evil human action is meritorious or demeritorious. Objection 2. Further, no one deserves punishment or reward for doing as he chooses with that of which he is master. Thus, if a man destroys what belongs to him, he is not punished, as if he had destroyed what belongs to another. But man is master of his own actions. Therefore, a man does not merit punishment or reward through putting his action to a good or evil purpose. Objection 3. Further, if a man acquires some good for himself, he does not on that account deserve to be benefited by another man, and the same applies to evil. Now a good action is itself a kind of good and perfection of the agent, while an inordinate action is his evil. Therefore a man does not merit or demerit from the fact that he does a good or an evil deed. On the contrary, it is written, Isaiah 3, verses 10, 11, quote, say to the just man that it is well, for he shall eat the fruit of his doings. Woe to the wicked unto evil, for the reward of his hand shall be given him. End quote. I answer that we speak of merit and demerit in relation to retribution, rendered according to justice. Now retribution according to justice is rendered to a man by reason of his having done something to another's advantage or hurt. It must, moreover, be observed that every individual member of a society is, in a fashion, a part and member of the whole society. Wherefore, any good or evil done to the member of a society redounds on the whole society, Thus, who hurts the hand hurts the man. When, therefore, anyone does good or evil to another individual, there is a twofold measure of merit or demerit in his action. First, in respect of the retribution owed to him by the individual to whom he has done good or harm. Secondly, in respect of the retribution owed to him by the whole of society. Now, when a man ordains his action directly for the good or evil of the whole society, retribution is owed to him, before and above all by the whole society, secondarily by all the parts of society. Whereas when a man does that which conduces to his own benefit or disadvantage, then again is retribution owed to him, insofar as this too affects the community, for as much as he is part of society, although retribution is not due to him, insofar as it conduces to the good or harm of an individual who is identical with the agent, unless, perchance, he owe retribution to himself by a sort of resemblance, insofar as man is said to be just to himself. It is therefore evident that a good or evil action deserves praise or blame, insofar as it is in the power of the will, that it is right or sinful, according as it is ordained to the end, and that its merit or demerit depends on the recompense for justice or injustice towards another. Reply Obj. 1. A man's good or evil actions, although not ordained to the good or evil of another individual, are nevertheless ordained to the good or evil of another, i.e., the community. Reply Obj. 2. Man is master of his actions, and yet, insofar as he belongs to another, i.e., the community, of which he forms part, he merits or demerits, inasmuch as he disposes his actions well or ill, just as if he were to dispense well or ill other belongings of his, in respect of which he is bound to serve the community. Reply Obj. 3. This very good or evil, which a man does to himself by his action, redounds to the community, as stated above. Fourth Article. Whether a human action is meritorious or demeritorious before God, according as it is good or evil. Objection 1. It would seem that man's actions, good or evil, are not meritorious or demeritorious in the sight of God, because, as stated above, Article 3, merit and demerit imply relation to retribution for good or harm done to another. But a man's action, good or evil, does no good or harm to God, for it is written, Job 35, verses 6 and 7, quote, "If thou sin, what shalt thou hurt him? And if thou do justly, what shalt thou give him?" Unquote. Therefore, a human action, good or evil, is not meritorious or demeritorious in the sight of God. Objection 2. Further, an instrument acquires no merit or demerit in the sight of him that uses it, because the entire action of the instrument belongs to the user. Now, when man acts, he is the instrument of the divine power, which is the principal cause of his action. Hence it is written, Isaiah 10, verse 15, quote, "Shall the axe boast itself against him that cutteth with it? Or shall the saw exalt itself against him by whom it is drawn?" End quote. Where man while acting is evidently compared to an instrument. Therefore man merits or demerits nothing in God's sight by good or evil deeds. Objection 3. Further, a human action acquires merit or demerit through being ordained to someone else, but not all human actions are ordained to God. Therefore, not every good or evil action acquires merit or demerit in God's sight. On the contrary, it is written, Ecclesiastes 12, verse 14, quote, "All things that are done, God will bring into judgment, whether it be good or evil." End quote. Now, judgment implies retribution, in respect of which we speak of merit and demerit. Therefore, every human action, both good and evil, acquires merit or demerit in God's sight. I answer that a human action, as stated above, Article 3, acquires merit or demerit through being ordained to someone else, either by reason of himself or by reason of the community, and in each way our actions, good and evil, acquire merit or demerit in the sight of God. On the part of God Himself, inasmuch as He is man's last end, and it is our duty to refer all our actions to the last end, as stated above, question 19, Article 10. Consequently, whoever does an evil deed, not referable to God, does not give God the honor due to Him as our last end. On the part of the whole community of the universe, because in every community, He who governs the community cares first of all for the common good. Wherefore, it is His business to award retribution for things as are done well or ill in the community. Now God is the governor and ruler of the whole universe, as stated in the first part, question 103, Article 5, and especially of rational creatures. Consequently, it is evident that human actions acquire merit or demerit in reference to Him. Else it would follow that human actions are no business of God's. Reply Obj. 1. God in Himself neither gains nor loses anything by the action of man. But man, for his part, takes something from God, or offers something to Him when he observes or does not observe the order instituted by God. Reply Obj. 2. Man is so moved as an instrument by God, that at the same time he moves himself by his free will, as was explained above, question 9, Article 6 to 3. Consequently, by his action, he acquires merit or demerit in God's sight. Reply Obj. 3. Man is not ordained to the body politic, according to all that he is and has. So it does not follow that every action of his acquires merit or demerit in relation to the body politic, but all that man is and can and has must be referred to God, and therefore every action of man, whether good or bad, acquires merit or demerit in the sight of God, as far as the action itself is concerned. End of question 21. End of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.